need a burger now.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Friday, a time where we play video games. Video games for a funny time where you laugh, ha 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 ha. Or maybe you don't. This just depends, I guess, completely. That completely depends. I'm gonna be proud I didn't kill the man who sat behind me kicking my bag most of the graduation. Oh, like now. I thought for some reason, like, the person who did that to you had somehow returned in your life. And this was like your high school graduation that you were talking about or something? And they returned, like somehow Kick Chairman has returned. And they're back and they're doing it again. Now I realize you mean the person who was actually there, which you should have, you should have wheeled around and beat the ass. You should just beat them up. What are they gonna do? Like, I mean, realistically. Like you pivot that son of a bitch, right? You start beating them. And somebody asks what the hell's going on, but like they were kicking me the entire time. You just beat them. Just beat them. That's all you gotta do. Apparently Twitch implemented a way to mute the combo notifications, which is really funny because I don't actually think that they did that. I think what they did was, instead of making it an option to just mute the audio or anything like that, they were like, you can turn up the volume in your activity feed, which would govern your entire alert box, I think, if you were to use the Twitch version of it. Which is really weird that they would do that. But it also doesn't matter, because we don't use the Twitch alert box. The only thing you'll be hearing really here is any of the alerts that go through Stream Elements, which is fine. Which is fine, but hopefully everybody's doing good on Friday. Made the decision to do a little bit more Metroid Preme 4 tonight. I don't know if that's a good decision or a bad decision. The more I thought about it, I was like, you know, I really dig, like... I dig, like, a lot of this, and there's parts so far that I'm like, man, what are we doing? Mainly the man, what are we doing? The more I thought about the bike, I'm kind of just like, what are we doing with this? Because it's not the bike. The bike itself looks neat, and it's cool. Like, it's neat. It's just weird. Like, the more I thought about it, I was like, God, this feels so strange. And the more I thought about, like, the desert, I was just like, also, God, it feels strange. Which I felt that way about it last night, too. Which I was like, you know, this is a little strange. But the more I kind of pondered on that, I was like, dude, what are we doing with this, like, the desert thing? Because the more I thought about it, the weirder it got. Because I'm like, they have this giant desert hub, which, like I said last night, kind of functions as like some kind of pseudo Hyrule field. And it's a little confusing because they already have like fast travel cannon things that like, well, they're not even fast travel cannons. They're more like ways to port into the other theme parks. So what confuses me is why the hub is not just smaller. And they could have just had like a orbital platform or something that you're on, or like some kind of weird thing that just shot you to the next theme park if they weren't going to connect them all. Because in a lot of ways, the things that are connected in Metroid games, it's not that they're connected with like some kind of major merit. It's like, you know, you look at something like Brinstar and Norfair, you know, they're connected on Zebes via Criteria. So, but like the weird part about that is that like Criteria doesn't really have a lot on its own that's like super interesting. I mean, it kind of does. Criteria is basically cool when you're like bumbling around in it. It's like, you know, everything's like asleep on it. And it's cool. It's kind of like a weird like hub area. But the interesting part about that is that it isn't just a hub area. It kind of functions eventually as like its own thing to a degree. And I've always kind of seen like the wrecked ship area as like kind of part of Criteria. I can never remember. No, I don't know how to pronounce it. But I always kind of saw the wrecked ship part of that as being part of Criteria too, because it's like it's still there and it's just off to the right of it, which is interesting. And the wrecked ship, like inherently, it's its own zone because of the ship. It's not like a, you know, it's not like Norfair or like a natural formation. God, I love Super Metroid. It's just making me think about Super Metroid and how well it's put together. How well it's put together considering it's like ancient by any of these standards. I had probably one of the most like stupid nerd moments. Actually, I don't know which is worse as far as like silly ass nerd moment. Because we had one earlier in the year where there was like that YouTube short that we watched, and I was listening to like the sound of. It was like the sound of the background noise for Super Mario 64, and I somehow placed that, which was very weird. So I thought that was pretty funny. There was another one when we were rewatching Stranger Things and catching up on that. There was a point in the series where one of the characters is playing Ghost and Goblins on Nintendo. This is not a spoiler thing for anybody, but the child is sitting there playing Ghost and Goblins on Nintendo. However, it's not Ghost and Goblins that's on the TV. It's actually Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And I told Erica, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I was like, that game was not out yet. I was like, as a matter of fact, that's a Super Nintendo game. That's not even a regular Nintendo game. She's like, wait, seriously? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, the one that they did, I was like, technically Ghost and Goblins was out at that point, I think. Or at least it would come out very soon around that time. I was like, however, that's definitely Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And they very specifically show them ejecting the cart from a Nintendo, which is really funny. I was like, that's really interesting that, like, what I was like, for all the things that show actually does a pretty good job timeline-wise in terms of, like, getting things that are accurate. I was like, that's really funny that they had footage of Super Ghouls and Ghosts that they put on this TV, and then for the sake of like the actual shot, it's of course just a regular Nintendo because Super Nintendo wasn't out at that point. So I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, oh, look at that. I was like, hey, look, it's that game doesn't exist yet, which was pretty funny. Because she looked it up and she was like, oh no, it came out like 1980 something. I was like, no. I was like, that's Ghost and Goblins. I was like, Super Ghouls and Ghosts on Super Nintendo. That came out later. It's like those kids playing co-op Final Fantasy VIII and Charlie's Angels. Oh, yeah, it's not quite that bad at least. They at least like got the, technically that game kind of existed. You know, I think probably what most likely happened was whoever was maybe like doing the production on it, because of course, you know, whatever's on that TV is not going to be probably captured via camera. That's probably added in post. I would assume that was somebody who maybe had, there was like a note that they needed to do like Ghost and Goblins or something or some shit, or somebody had like that note somewhere and they grabbed like the wrong footage, which I'm sure, like, you know, whatever. I'm sure that wasn't like somebody just blowing it completely. That probably was just somebody leaving like a note for something and then somebody grabbed like the wrong footage and put it up there. It was still pretty close. I mean, technically, Super Ghouls and Ghosts came out in like 91 or like 92. So like it was close, but you know, and that was one of those moments where it literally does not matter in the slightest. But of course I saw it and I was like, hey, that's not the right video game. And I was like, oh right, good, now I'm one of those people. I was like, good, now I'm one of those people. You just notices some dumb shit that's like, this is, who even cares? Who even cares? But then again, I guess that's like the fun part about movies and shows and stuff, is those kind of moments. Like that time that Viggo Morgenstein kicked that football and he broke his hand on Lord of Ring, you know? You know what I'm talking about? Y'all know Viggo Morgenstein. The famous author. Viggo. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit more Metroid Prime 4. We'll see how I'm feeling after a little bit, because like what I am gonna do is I noticed last night, because I was playing this in like the capture mode or whatever, which is basically like where, how do I explain this? So the capture mode, like effectively what it does is it will project whatever's in like the console thing over to like a kind of a fake window that full screens on the other monitor. I'm actually gonna pump this directly into the display. And the reason for that is I was noticing some like weird like hitching and stuttering, which is not the worst because it's like not bad, but still, if I'm gonna be doing, I may as well just run it that way. Because if I do the other option, it's the quality's a little bit lower and there are a little couple stutters and hitches periodically. It was weird when he became a painting and cursed people after though. What, from Thomas the Tank Engine? Yeah, I remember that one. I remember that. I remember those things from Lord of the Tanks. What did he miss the home run actually from? I was trying to place what that was, and I was like, I actually can't think of what that is. Because I was like, what is that, like a League of Their Own or something? What fucking movie would that be? I don't know, I just made up sports reference. Oh, okay. But like, what was this, Vigio Morgenstein? Do you think maybe he might have missed it? If you were 10 years older, you could make being mad about video game mistake on the TV your whole career and yell at incels on YouTube about it like old men do with Star Wars. That is true. There are some people that get real crazy about Star Wars. Oh yeah, football didn't go in there. Yeah, that's the saddest. Dude, isn't that the saddest when sports doesn't get in? You know what I mean? Like they do shot and it just doesn't. And then that man's entire career is destroyed because he is... Yeah. I will say, I did catch the Red Letter Media's thing on what happened to Star Wars or whatever it was. That was actually a more interesting video than I mean, not to say that their stuff's like not ever interesting, but like that was an interesting like kind of look at stuff. It was weird because it was like going on a journey because in this roundabout way, they actually end up kind of praising some of the more recent Star Wars stuff, or at least trying to do something different. And how it, like, in its own way, that even kind of backfired. Like, it's like, so that is such a strange property now. Like, Star Wars is so weird. Also, a Wake with 100 months. That's a VIP, and if I've ever seen one. Congratulations, VIP Iwake. The Iwake has lasted, that's a long time. The better and more accurate the piece of media is, the more fun it is to spot little production slip-ups. For example, in The Beach, the director has meticulous attention to detail from the time period and location, but if you know birds, there's audio of birds from the wrong continent. God, there's audio of birds. See, like, to me, that feels like insane. Like, there's no way I would ever notice anything like that. But then again, I suppose somebody else would be like, why did you notice that, like, old video game wasn't the right old video game? You know what I mean? Like, I suppose, like, that's just a matter of whatever the hell it is you're kind of focused on, you know? Because, like, other people would be like, why the fuck do you notice stupid old video game is not the right old video game for stupid old video game console that's on the screen for 3 seconds? Like, I mean, it's just what you're interested in, I guess. So I hope I never know enough about birds to do this, because it would consume just becoming all bird all day. Become the bird beast. Shockingly enough, we only played for like 2 hours last night, which feels like we played for longer, but I suppose we didn't actually do very much. I'm still organizing some of the little ornaments, by the way, so I think we're gonna do that Monday. What time did we end? Not like super late. I got pretty tired because I've been, getting a little more tired lately because I'm still recovering from whatever the hell do. Fell asleep halfway through. Yeah, I think you announced that you were falling asleep halfway through the stream last time. At least I'm pretty sure. We already got like new Seamus suit. We certainly have bike. We certainly have dust. We have that too. That's pretty cool. Game is still small. I'm not done yapping. Not done yapping just yet. I was conscious for like 30 minutes. Was there for bike, then fell asleep. Oh, you were there for the license course. Again, I don't even have a problem with the bike. I think the bike itself is fine. It's almost like in context the bike is strange, and I think it's because like the bike feels like it's a solution to a problem that didn't that like otherwise wouldn't exist. Because like the overworld's really strange, and I feel like the bike is just like kind of there, and that's odd. The game also was like really, it was like all over the place last night. Audio. I went back and like listened to this. So we've got the global set to like 80. I think I'm just gonna drop the. I think what I'm gonna do is bring that up to 80 and then kind of drop this down to whatever, so that way the volume's maybe a little bit more balanced. It's kind of all over the place as it is. I'm glad I didn't leave it at 100, because holy shit, it would have been so loud. So the bike is apparently from, it's from their machine era or something, and I guess it's like one of the few pieces of technology they like kept around for whatever. At least that's kind of like what I gathered from it, was that that was like one of the last pieces of. Oh, well, I mean, how does Seamus morph ball? I mean, like, I can look. As far as like suspension of disbelief goes with the bike coming out of like nowhere, I feel like I'll be okay with that one, mainly because morph ball exists. So, all right, that looks like that's gonna be a hot shot. Yeah, they said it was like their machine generation or something. I don't really know exactly what it was, but you know, there it was. Well, that boy angry, and also blows up. That's not what we want to be. That's not what we want to be putting up with on a Wednesday. Oh God. Well, I'm stuck. That's good. They're called pyramites. I still think it's really weird that like you can't. There's a very distinct like when you charge, it fires off a couple more shots before it starts charging, which is really strange. Still not quite sure why it does that. Hey Kia, how do you? Oh, good. Well, yes. Welcome to Friday, everybody. Hopefully, you're all doing good. Said I was debating on doing more of this, and I was like, well, let me do another night. Let me see how it's going. With the plasma torch, all right. How you doing, Zars? You think it's a Friday? That's true, but if I'm not willing to put up with it on a Wednesday, then I'm probably not willing to put up with it on a Friday either. I would assume that if it's something that like I'm probably just not putting up with it, period. Of psychic energy, huh? Well, that's not gonna be missile. Maybe do. Oh, well, there's also like this orifice. Oh, it's like a spider ball thing up there, and then there's also a missile. Okay, so it looks like that's just gonna get us into. So scrap liquid containers cause warping cracks indeterminate. Blah blah blah. Could be destroyed by diffuse oscillation blast wave of psychic energy. But we don't have that. We got core mechanic, but that's all we got. That's all we got, which I don't think this is gonna do it. Because that is not enough psychic energy anything to do whatever. So far a lot of the power-ups and stuff have basically just been kind of they've kind of just been regular Metroid power-ups, but that have just they just had the word psychic glued to them, and they do like something slightly different. In some cases not really anything much different, but I beg your pardon, sir, but you feeling all right? I know you've been under the weather earlier this week. Where are we today? Oh. A little bit better. A little bit better. Just still kind of weird. We got core mechanic implies the existence of we got core mechanic at home. What are some good instances of this? Probably anything in like the God of War games. I feel like most. The more I thought about God of War, the more I was like, you know, I feel like a lot of the stuff that God of War did, it's just stuff that other games probably did that was like slightly more fun. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was. I was over here assuming that I had to shoot that with something, but that does not appear to be what do. This is giving me the hot gun. Fire chip. What'd that do? Galactic Federation Engineer Level 4 or higher can modify this chip and integrate it into your suit. Open the menu and check the inventory for more information. That means I gotta go all the way back to Miles Morales or whatever, and like... Damn. Okay, we don't have to call him, but... He's definitely gonna be... He's the only one that's like level 55 engineer or whatever, so... Which the interesting part about that is that the... Yep. Okay, well... I suppose that's what we're doing, is going back. Yeah, he gonna give us the hot. That doesn't seem to be what do. Now, okay, when you say you get some crazy bread from Little Caesars, is that like Why would they call it crazy bread? Do you think that implies the bread itself has lost its mind, or do you think the person who created it was crazy? It's like that's a good. I think that's a good question. Because what about if the bread itself is crazy, much like Jesus is the bread? Would that imply that like there is in fact sane bread out there? Non crazy variant of the bread? Yeah, I guess what we do, since we got the hot beam, this is a little weird that like progression wise, like them to be like, okay, you're gonna go to this place very briefly and you're gonna get the hot shot, and then you're gonna take the hot shot back to Iceland, and then you can go do Iceland. And I'm like, all right, because we really haven't been here very long. We literally walked in here, got ice thing, and then kind of left. Oh, you think it's you think it's getting the baker's crazy? Oh well, we're not getting back in there now, because now we need ice to get back in there. That's ridiculous. Now what am I supposed to do? Now I gotta go to Iceville and go get ice chip, but I'm gonna have to use the fire chip to get ice chip, which is fair, because that's just how Metroid game work anyway. Am I allowed to get on my hog? God, this is so weird. I'd rather eat bread that is insane than bread made by the insane. Well, hang on a second, because like, but you don't know, the person that's insane who made it could be like the greatest. Could be like the greatest baker man ever, or woman. Who knows? Who knows, dude? Could be just the ultimate baker human, and they're just crazy as shit. Get the speed limit. Get out on the limit. I'm still trying to figure out what the unit of measurement is for like Go.
Looks like you found some Lemoyne technology in Flint.
I'm literally coming back to you, man. Like, you don't have to talk to me.
Want to bring it back to base camp so I can take a look?
I was already doing that. Yeehog. That's pretty good. Just boost into nothing. I am terrified of these green crystals now because of that bar that, like this. Oh, I guess I should probably not get off that. This is the most. I know. I need to go back there. I know. Oh my god. Oh, Metroid Prime, you've always done this. It's like go get here, idiot. So this scares me. Seeing green energy crystals over there, I'm like, oh god. Do you think like we're gonna have to get like, why am I just killing these birds? They didn't even do anything. Okay. Yeah, the existence of the energy crystal bar is a little scary, especially since it's right next to the keys. Is that implying that I'm gonna have to gather up enough green crystals to create another key? So like, one of the keys is not gonna be doable right away or something? I did say I was gonna check this. I should probably get hot chip and lie before I do this though, because like, that's okay. I did say I was gonna do this, so let me get hot chip and lie really quick. Please get out of my face. I'm trying to kill your home. Please stop trying to attack me. I am trying to defile your home, and I need you to understand that. I'm almost done with item cleanup, but I just have to say I didn't mind Mackenzie at first, but by endgame I really wanted to shoot him, tell him what to do while I'm in the middle of doing said thing for endgame. So like you're actively like heading back to him or some shit, and he's just like, hey, you gotta bring that back here or something? Like, please stop. I'm heading back to you right now. For anybody who's passed me in this, which would be the 7 people in existence who played it, am I right about the green crystals? Is that gonna be like, should I absolutely be getting those? Because like the fact that it's on that menu scares the shit out of me. So I'm not about to get caught with the pants down, not getting a green crystal. You can't bank more than like 25, so if you forget to deposit your green for long, you get blocked on collecting. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, okay, they're worth it. Alright, well, I'll try to get as much green as I can. That's often used to transport important machinery. Okay. Question is, can I do anything? Can I do anything with these? He is dead. He became dust. That's what we all trying to do. Get that green. Gotta get it. I was just sick of green, dude. Destroying the pod will not destroy its contents. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I have the capacity to destroy this yet. So that sucks. Yeah, containing a heavyweight golem power cell. Okay, well. I don't think I have, other than, I don't know, like, maybe we need to get, like, I swear to God, if it's called psychic power bombs, I'm just gonna be like, okay. Okay, that's cool. Very good. Very good. Alright, we got a hog to the west, dude. Maybe I was harsh on the Chozo artifact. Perhaps. Perhaps I judge you too harshly, Chozo artifact. Is this Tears of the Kingdom in space? No, because it's really not like open world at all. It's like the desert so far, from what it looks like, is just kind of Hyrule Field-esque, Ocarina of Time type shenanigans, where it's kind of here and it's kind of like a giant hub, which is a little weird that. It's a little weird that they have it at all, because you're going to see here in a second that we're driving all the way across the desert. And when we get to our destination, what we're going to do is we're going to load into a cannon and then shoot to our destination. So it's a little strange, because I'm like, well, why not just have the cannon? Why are we doing all this, like, other stuff? Yeah, it's a little odd. Seamus riding on a motorcycle is a little odd too. But that, you know, weirdly enough, that part I was definitely concerned with, but it hasn't really bothered me that much. I think what bothers me more about the bike is its existence, because it feels like not the bike itself or like riding around on it, because that's whatever. It's more like I feel like it's a weird solution to a problem that never needed to occur in the first place. Like they could have just, I don't know, made like a hub station type area that like actually, I don't know, I don't get it. Like I don't get you'll see it if you haven't seen it yet. You'll see it here in a second, where it's like we get to this area and then we just get into a cannon.
Monetary assistance.
We just get into a cannon and then we
Monetary
leave, and I'm like,
assistance.
wait, is this even the right?
Monetary
This is the ice belt. I went the wrong way, dude. Oh my god. Iwake with the 10. That's a lot of ones and zeros. Because iWake has their 100 resub, they got their VIP for it, and then they also have the 101. It looks good. In the recent things, it looks really good. It looks very, very nice. Thank you, Iwake, for the 10, and thank you for being sub to the show for like 500 years. Basically, as long as Metroid Prime 4 was in development, which was like 400 years. If she used ball form to travel, she's Sonic in space. That's true, yeah. That is, I mean, that's, yeah. The weird part about that is it's strange that you bring up Sonic, because there's a couple aspects of this that kind of remind me of like Sonic Adventure, and I've pointed them out as we've come across them, but I don't know, there's parts of it that just kind of feel like Sonic Adventure, which is weird. Maybe it's just like this big open, I don't know what it is. I have no clue. I don't know if like, I'm reserving judgment on a lot of it though, because we're not far in. And it may hit the point where like the desert is fine and I'm cool with it, like it doesn't bother me or whatever, and the bike is fine. I mean, the bike already is like whatever. Like I said, I don't really have a problem with Samus like noodling around on a bike. It's more the okay, Yonic door. I see. So like here's where we are. So we came all the way over here. There's no fast travel. We get to this, and then it's like, okay, we're at Fury Green or whatever this place was called, Mad Max or something. And now we get into a pod, and then it sucks it into its butt, and then it shoots us. and then we have to watch the loading screen, and then we go... Oh, we were talking about the Yannick inspiration for everything so far. Like, the first, like, 20 minutes of the game, they're like, how you guys feel about moving this thing? Like, I was surprised to see the design of stuff. Like, I mean, I was like, Jesus, fuck, dude. It looks neat, but it's just like, I was like, whoa. I was like, holy crap, that is, jeez. Music's fantastic. You wouldn't know because there's no music in the desert. I'm not kidding. There's none. Now, Jigakuro did let us know that you can get music in the desert if you use the amiibo that costs like $50, because then you can use the amiibo and you can play any music you want in the desert, but the desert will never have music. They decided this area that you're riding around a bike for, yeehaw, for like 40 hours is not going to have any music.
Alright, what do you got?
I have cheapy.
Looks like a circuit, and it seems like there's a chip inside. Okay, let me analyze it. Lemoyne Tech is really interesting. Oh, this is fascinating. I see. This program converts the energy that the device emits.
Well, I can safely say if we're going to compare it to Scorn, I definitely find it more interesting than like 60% of Scorn. Scorn's great at the beginning, and Scorn's pretty damn good at the end. The middle of Scorn is some of the worst shit I think I've ever seen. It's like they were like, okay, we're made this really interesting like Giger ass thing, and it's like, all right, now it's a shitty Doom clone. I'm like, oh good, except you suck. I'm like, awesome, very fun. And like, okay, cool, it's back to being like weird and creepy and strange. But the middle of that game is just absolutely terrible. Like, okay, so this is another. So the beams are consumables, which makes sense because we were getting the shot. Oh god, I just noticed that you can't skip cutscenes. Period. I didn't like. I wasn't going to. I was gonna see if we got like the prompt for it though. Dude, have fun, speedrunners. Holy shit. But then again, they put up with worse. Look at like the Breath of the Wild speed, or not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom speedrun, where you have to watch that goddamn cinematic over and over and over. What a nightmare. What a true nightmare. Okay, so we do know that there's the hot door that's over Yannick Way. So we're gonna go back this way. Go hit the hot door.
Burn it all down with fire shot.
You know what's interesting is the oh, okay, that's actually a pretty cool way to do that. I know that we're not doing anything with this because this is the. It will open if a current is passed to electrode on both ends. So we're gonna need like. That's actually really cool that it kind of like you like select it and it kind of like overwrites your missile slot. That's kind of neat. As opposed to it like altering your beam to just be like a whatever. That actually I kind of like that. That's neat. It's especially convenient for like the oh, what the hell is this? Oh, what fresh nonsense have I walked into this time? If you have not yet mastered elemental power, come first to this place to learn and discover what the device has to teach. Not yet mastered elemental power. What do? Do we light these on fire? Okay, that was a joke. No, that was a joke. I didn't actually think that it would just be like, yep, light that on fire. There's a little notch. Oh yeah, so I guess you just go through all these and... Whoops. Keep forgetting that you have to... I gotta say, man, the like psychic puzzle thing, these have been like pretty cool for the most part. I haven't had any issue. Some of the new stuff for this, like the psychic-y puzzle things, they're cool. I think that the like it really is the things that are like weirdly kind of arbitrary are the ones that I think are the parts of this that I just don't like, but yet the parts of it that feel really intentional that like somebody came up with and are just really like neat. Like I think that like the Lemorne people thing are pretty cool. It's pretty obvious that the Grievers are them. I mean, like, they look exactly the same, and they also have the ability to psychically throw away your missiles when you like shoot them at them. So I'm going to assume that the Lemorne are the Grievers. I don't know what else they would be. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. But the oh, when Hedon holds the 3 elements, the chosen one shall bear a new light of light. Okay, well, I only have I only have the one. Oh, okay. So we need to come back here, I guess, whenever we get the rest of the gang, because it looks like we need ice for that one, and then we'll need electric for that one. So that is cool though that they give you the little shot expansion first, and then they, you know, you can kind of go from there. So that's nice. All right, Sass, enjoy the sleep. Y'all, I knocked Sass out in under 45 minutes. So we have to get back to... I'm just joking, by the way. I know Sass said they had a crazy-ass day with family and stuff. I just... haha, jokes. So... I guess we need to get into the sperm pod and get loaded into the Pia storing the balls and then shot. So now we have to get shot back to the desert. So we have to watch this again. Then we have to get shot to the desert. And then we have to ride our bike through the desert to Iceville, because we can melt stuff now in Iceville. Yeah, I don't get why they wouldn't make it like a thing that's just like, all right, here, get in this transport pod and just warp to the next. I mean, I guess it's going to completely depend on how interesting the... So... It kind of all depends on like how interesting the overworld is. So when you look at something like The Witcher, or like specifically The Witcher 3, or like, which to a lesser extent on that, but like Breath of the Wild, or really any of the other open world games that have happened, I feel like those, the whole point is like kind of, Elden Ring would be another good example, like where these things kind of happen in the overworld, whether they be quests or little like mini dungeons and things like that, which this does look like it has those. So they were definitely like these like little mini trial looking things. Those are there somewhere. We ran into like one, but I don't remember if it required the hot shot. I am putting people to sleep again. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. This is I think this might be an issue that might get worse as I get older. I don't really know if I'm gonna somehow keep putting people to sleep more and more and more. Look at the way that Samus is going down those stairs. Oh my god. Just jump. Also, what are we doing? Did I just like... What are we doing? Isn't this the very beginning of... Did I like take a wrong turn in Albuquerque or something? Like, what did I do? Yeah, I must have gone the other way because I didn't get to the part where I would hop on the bike and go... Yeah, I went the wrong way in Sperm Cannon. I did. I went the wrong Sperm Cannon. Oops. Oops. Wrong cannon in Cannon Land. Well, that's okay. It's actually okay because there was that one like psychic platform thing that I was going to come back here for anyway. So that works. Because that's over here somewhere. Why do I hate everyone today? I don't know. You don't have to. You could choose not to. Yeah, so far, like, the overworld stuff and whatever, like, I mean, that'll be seen as, like, how I feel about it, like, you know, after I spend a little more time in it. I don't know how I did that. I thought there was only one path right there, but I guess there were like there was a split there. I didn't realize that was. I don't think it was the wrong sperm cannon. I think it was the. I think it just went like the wrong way. I wasn't paying attention to that and walked off. I thought that staircase looked different. That's why I was like, "What is this? We've not seen this before." So. Boulder, are you saying that you should cut your life into pieces? And that possibly this is your last resort? How's your breathing? how's your breathing? Real question. That's what I need to know. Oh yeah, there's a little platform. Nice. Yeah, so far I like the elemental beam things are pretty cool. Kind of surprising though that they take your missile slot basically. It's kind of surprising that they don't just share the same like resource. But I guess that does vary the resources slightly, so that way you're not just picking up like nothing but missile upgrades everywhere. And that's just it. Okay, so we went to. This was actually considerably further back than I thought it was. Yeah, we got to get to like that whole thing back over there, which is fine. Because we went over there and we did... I don't know what I did specifically, because we went through... Oh, okay, I know what we did. Instead of going... No, I 100% used the regular cargo launcher. I must have just walked like the wrong way or something. I don't know what I did. I didn't even know there was a second like path there. I thought they all went to Desertville. So, oops. Now I know. What up? I heard we primed for some ready for... Fuck, man, this is hard. How do you do this shit? I don't know. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Do you mean like be funny in general? Because like that one, I can't help you on that one. I have no clue how to do that. But really, I couldn't help you on any of it. Jokes, puns, any of it. I don't know. No clue. So instead of taking the big wrap around over there, I suppose we just have to go back across this bridge. It's your time of the month. You need Red Bull. Is that your solution? Is that your just solution? Is just I need Red Bull? Wow, that music transition was intense. No, guys, don't attack me. I'm just trying to sip some coffee and run to the next area. You don't have to shoot me. Game looks good. I was wondering if they followed me through the door. Like, here they come. Don't get out of here, dude. Why do they live here? Go somewhere else. There's bound to be, like, flesh to eat somewhere else. Go. You're good. I'm gonna be honest, since the entire game was all about, like, psychic whatever craziness, I legitimately thought when that whole thing happened where, like, it, like, looped us back here, I was like, oh, are we doing, like, some, like, brain shenanigans? It wasn't. It was me walking down a path that I hadn't been down yet, I guess. There were no psychic brain shenanigans happening. It was literally just me. Just goofing it up. Which is still surprising, because like I said, I thought there was only one exit after shooting myself out of this stupid cannon. I still can't get over this whole, like, go to this thing, then use the teleport thing, then go to like a hub area, then go to wherever the hell you're going in hub area, and then use another teleport thing to blip yourself. Okay, so you can skip that part, can't skip this part. I'm assuming this is because this is the load zone thing anyway.
Welcome to Bitter.
Dusk with the 63 months. That's a long time. Thank you, Dusk, for the tier 3 for 63 months. That's so close to Nintendo 64. Are you excited? Okay, so which way did I go last time to like redo? Was that... Did I go in this like right room? Because there's the Temple of Memory and then there's the Ancient Isle, which I thought the Ancient Isle was like the right way. Did we go downstairs or did we... See, I don't know which one we took last time. Because does Ancient Isle like loop your ass back around or what? Okay, so you go downstairs to back. That is so... Why... Do they do that so you don't have to... Are we sure? Okay, here's duh. Thank God. Here, I never thought I'd be excited to see the desert. It's like, oh boy, it's the desert. I didn't deposit my green, and I don't know if they're gonna let me get more green because I have no clue how much green I got, and I totally should have done that. Okay, so the creatures are now infused with green. Mm-hmm. They are infused, but it has also angered them. Okay. That's what green gonna do. There's no reason to do a full run back to the forest until cleanup time if you're doing a hunt. I'm not. I am definitely not gonna do 100% on this. No way. I can already tell you that. Depending on like what it is, like even Dread, which I liked so far, if I were to compare the two, which is not fair because like I haven't finished this. I even made fun of Dread a good bit while I was going through it, but Dread I walked away from was like, yeah, this is cool, like for the most part. I still think Dread looks like shit in certain parts, like shockingly bad. Like but it's a Switch game, so I can't really say much. Dread just looks so weird because there's just parts that feel like they don't have like any shadows or like anything. It's such a weird looking game. Some parts look fine, other parts just don't. Oh cool, you can actually use the bike gun to shoot these guys, that's nice. Yeehaw. They say that it ain't easy being green, but what's their like criteria for like easy? Cause shit just sucks. What's the green part got to do with anything? They could have just left it ain't easy. Like it ain't easy what? But like, yep. It tisn't. In any way. We're definitely, I don't know why in the world I thought that we would be able to do that. It's not easy being DAT. DAT tactical truck deployed. Its hook is graspable using the psychic lasso. We don't have that. Why? What the hell do we know about psychic lasso? What is that shit? We don't have that. How do you know this? That's scary. It's a very frightening. I can't get over that. No, don't talk to me. Oh no, I'm gonna use the hot. That's where I'm going, man. I gotta go use the hot. No, don't do the thing. I'm already driving to the hot. I mean the cold. Because I have the hot. Go, go, go. I still feel really bad for just kind of shooting these birds. What are these birds doing here? Okay, yeah, good. Get out of here now. Oh yeah, gotta drive to the cold to out, eat the hot, the food, put the... How do I know if I'm not collecting green anymore? Because my greenness right there is really small. And I'm looking to make greenness slightly larger. But greenness does not appear to be moving anymore, which concerns me because now I feel like every time I hit these, I'm not getting greenness anymore. That's a scary thought. You know what a really scary thought is? I can't wait to go through these doors and then get into another cannon and shoot to another area. The icon is separated into sections. Don't do me like this. Oh, I see it. There's a break. Okay, there's a break in the greenness. I see it. I'm so afraid that it's going to end up being like, oh, that's really good that you've been getting greenness this entire time, because guess what? The final key is greenness. I'm like, no. They'd be like, now you drive around on bike to get the final greenness. I'd be like, no, I don't want to drive around the bike to get the greenness. I just want to do the... I just want to do the video game. It'll put a text icon that tells you to go back and deposit your greenness. As the further adventures of Seamus Aran Intergalactic Bounce. It's fine. It's actually, it's good. Good. Yeah. So you could say that the greenness is like, it's like Koroks, but not fun. Just a currency. So I'm kind of gathering up Korok poop, but sans the poop. Oh yeah, we don't have to canon to this. We just get to ride an elevator. So this is more traditional travel situation. Right, I can't get up there because I don't have the Yankle. Okay, so yeah, you only have to do the canon for okay, so it's only one thing that you have to do the canon for. I was misremembering that in my insanity from last night. This is just standard elevator, so that's good. Which makes a little bit more sense, even though I guess really when you think about it, this isn't that different, is it? We're kind of, you walk into an area and then you got to get on like the tram of destiny and you kind of just wait. Like, all right, you've entered the zone and go a little for a ride a little bit, like and here we are. All right, that's good. I guess that's my shot juice. Oh, that wasn't the hot out, eat the food, hot, cold, the food, eat the out of, hot, the food. I'm trying to remember if there was something that was there something that was frozoned here or nah? Because that's probably the ice juice, right? Airtight container installed with independent cooling system for preserving an organism, extreme low temp, circuitry is exposed. Okay, I mean, I could just hot out eat that. Well, I would assume, based off of the fact that it says the circuitry is exposed, that it's probably, that's more like use your electric to shoot it. So probably do that here once you get the E-beam. The EAM. Ugh. All right, now I can, not missiles. That's not what I wanted. Oh, do we not have? Oh no, we did. Oh, that is cool, actually. You still can use missiles with that. I was wrong. It was the, that's neat. Okay. That is cool. So it doesn't override it. It's a cool looking place. Welcome to the Ice House. I'm arrived, but I'm alert. I'm on drive. On way home. Slow big puddle. Much water state. Drowning wow. It is actually much easier to voice chat to text when I make nonsensical words too. Good to see you too, Justin. That's really good. Thank you. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm really excited for you. Uses oxygen and hydrogen from the surrounding environment, generating heat, light, and electricity. I like the little front. There's so many moments where I'm just like, all right, cool. I guess I'll get on the bike because this area is huge. And it's like, no. Nay. You shan't. Scoutbot. Dead. Cryopods. Dead. Crates. Dead. Oh, dude, that's yummy. Data expansion acquired. This is probably the coolest looking zone yet. Oh dang, a woo dog. No, they gave him hornglers, which means they're gonna hate us. It's a circle of hornglers, and it moves you dongfish. Well, hang on, let me scan you. Carnivorous quadruped living in frigid regions of ice belt. Pack hunter that surrounds its prey. Its cold natural habitat makes it ill suited to warm. Okay, well fine. Then don't live there, you dummy. What a bunch of stupids. They're like, boy, I sure don't like the hot. They're like, well, then quit. Then quit it out, dude. Oh, Samus like, well, some dogs. Guess I'll kill them. It certainly has a lower threat level when this fire shot thing just deletes them. Like, wow, okay, damn. They just get hit with that, they're like, ah! That's so spicy! Ah, do you have anything less of the spice? Ah, ooh. Ah. Maybe it'll gain up in speed and start getting like scarier. They'll spread out a little bit. Or I'll run out of hot juice, which might happen first. I'm not actually sure yet. We'll see. I don't think I'm running out of hot juice because we have a decent chunk of hot juice. I got some of them hot juice. Oh yeah. They're coming in faster. Oh no. No, I missed that one with the hot juice. All I can think of with the hot juice is like somebody just walking into their kitchen, getting a nice cold glass of orange juice, slapping that sumbitch in the microwave for like 30 seconds. Just enough to warm it up a little bit on like the exteriors, you know? Like, just so like the outside gets a little warm. So you get like partial warmed orange juice. Yum. They're pretty scary once you run out of the hot sauce, dude. Like that's a frightening endeavor. They look at you, they're like, don't be showing up in this part of town without your hot juice. I'll be like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Don't do that. That's a bad time. It's a bad time for everybody. Oh, the joke's on them though. Guess who got more hot juice? But unfortunately, they're gonna kill us. There's a lot of them, dude. Yeah, see, they rev this shit up. That's scary. They got me on the hot sauce. Don't touch me. Dude, don't touch me. Ay ay ay. Well, that's good. That was good. That was good timing. Remember Arisen wolves hunting packs? Dude, could you imagine if they ever made Dragon's Dogma again? For the second time? Threegan's Throgma 3? Seamus is like, oh my god, my savior was a node. Hell yeah. How funny it would be if we died like right here. Like, well, that happened. We got pretty close to dying because we were running low on the hot sauce. But as you know, never get low on ye hot of the sauce. Is it the psychic psychic one. I'm okay if red light indicates you offline and locked. Damn, like didn't have to be like that. Oh, it must be online to unlock. Well, I mean, we could dial up. Which the last time we did something that looked similar to that, we were able to psychic beam it, but I think we'll have to turn shit on over here or something. I should try to find like a save room or something for. Oh, look, it's the electric man. That's fun. There's an elevator over here. I was gonna say there was a Save room, but I don't think there is. Back at back at you start. That goes back out to. It goes back out to Dogland. There's that orifice over there too, but I'm pretty sure that was the maintenance hatch thing or whatever it was. No. Oh, I guess that needs to be online too, probably. I gotta wake that bitch up. Gotta wake that shit up, yeah. I didn't mean to hit that. You can stop. I hit the wrong button. Shut up. Thank you. Oh, right. But it's offline. I can't summon my Viola. Guess I'll just have to jump out here and die. Guess I'll have to unalive Rick. I think there was something we needed to do with this over here. What if they were like, nice job on getting here. Now you have to go back to the desert. Now you need the desert gun. Maybe you can just bomb that. Nah. There's this guy over here, which I guess we gotta hit that dude. Is there like an orifice that I can get in? Like slip on in and maybe hit that from the other side? I don't think so. It's fun to try though. We tried. Dragon's Dogma, we finished it this time, we swear. I probably would have stuck with it a little bit more if you had been like, you know... I think the performance issues were like one of the biggest things for me that I was just like, I'm just gonna wait on this because I don't want this to...
I never thought I'd meet the legendary bounty hunter, Samus. In a place like this.
Don't take your helmet off, you idiot!
Corporal Rigert Tokabi, Fed Sniper, Herc Unit Delta. It's good to finally cross paths with you, but tell me, where are we? We were deep in gunfire. I lost visuals, then woke with a busted comms unit and a leg to match. Now, I tried to access this terminal, but the only thing I could get operational was the gun. That's it. Then I see this here. What do you make of it?
Hey. Okay. Seamus is like, well, I psychic scanned.
Oh, you were able to activate this. A map of the facility. But it's corrupted.
Dude, is that a reference to Metroid 3rd edition? Corrupted?
Down,
Might be, dude. Put it down on the reference list. 6-hour-long YouTube video coming out. All about that.
I think
They're like, hot damn, we found it. Because they referenced Fusion earlier. Do you think all Metroid will be... Somebody's got to say they dread something here soon.
All right, you have the map. I'm no good with this.
You'll get back at some point. They'll be like, damn, Seamus, you returned. Be like, yeah, I did on Game Boy, and Game Boy Color. You know, I love looking back at like Game Boy and like them just being like, all right, what's the new feature? They'll be like, this bitch in color now. But like, oh my God, we are in the future. Hell yeah, finally. But that's how shit used to be. Now we start up games and it's like, would you like to play in performance mode or good, pretty graphic mode? And it's like, the Game Boys over there just like, would you like to play in ass? Would you like to be able to see this on a fucking road trip after like 5 o'clock? Oh well, idiot. Deal with this. You clowns. Yeah, I was just making sure there was nothing else in there. So I guess we just need to go and, well, there's this thing over here. What was this? Oh, that was the beam turret. So he was... Were you the one? God, I don't know why. You know what he reminds me of? Do you guys remember, I was about to just say Ed from Ed, Edd and Eddy, but like specifically like the taller, older one or whatever, the one that kind of talked like a doofus. This guy kind of sounds like if that character talked like a normal person, which is such a weird fucking thing. I don't know why, but like he sounds like Ed from Ed, Edd and Eddy, just normal. Maybe it's like the cadence that he speaks at or something. I don't know. Please insert 40 more triple A's to enjoy color for 4 hours. I don't even remember if the Game Boy Color took triple A's. Did it take triple A's? I thought it was double A's. What if we're gonna get the electric sauce? Again, music has just been like absolutely fantastic this entire way. Are we good now? Can we open this up? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Do you think like since this was in development after like Dread came out and everything like that, do you think like they had some stuff done and they're like, fuck, we gotta make Samus cooler? They're like, their Samus is punching people. Like, yeah, like we need to like superhero land and do other cool shit. Like, yeah, we do. We need to do that. It's essential. Samus was already cool in the other Prime games though, but I wonder if they had this like a conversation where it's like, okay, Samus is way too fucking cool in Dread now, so. Our Seamus doesn't get to punch shit. Samus did also punch people in 2D games prior to Dread. Samus did not punch people to the degree that Dread... Like, come on. That's like a whole different fucking level. The level of punch happening in Dread is out of control. we had never seen that level of punch. If you can even call it punch. Most of it's whacking with arm cannon, but still, we'll call it punch. What the hell is this? Holds access to vital experimentation samples and other dangerous items. Currently locks and Oh, here's a sentient life form. This nightmare blocks passage of all psychic energy. These locks can be released using collected TK codes. Okay. Good. Well, if we're doing like technicallys, I'm pretty sure Samus Returns came out after Prime 4's development had started anyway. So the joke still stands. Since we're doing whatever. But they're like, Seamus punch. Because Prime 4 has been in development for, like, children have come and gone I have died 4 times since this game was originally announced. So, like, it's happened. It's happened. It's gone down. Well, I guess I'll just get a little, I don't know, dude. It's just a joke. It's just a silly. Everything. It's just silly. It doesn't matter. It's all good. I just said words. We were just haha punched. It's all good. All right, they're done.
Samus, you hear me?
I don't get quite the point
speakers. I can use them to communicate.
of like these. I know that they're trying to like.
I noticed that several rooms were unlocked.
They're fine.
At once.
I really like. None of these people have like sucked. It's just. It is a little strange just having people talking the whole time.
You never know what's lurking.
Pod people is what it is. Look at these guys. Scary pod people. Oh, when did Retro start making this version? I know Bandai Namco was originally making it, and that was scrapped. I have no idea. I think it was like a few years after it started, so. Yes, these are the cryopods. What were these again? Oh. Okay. Was this like a line up the picture type situation? That's neat. That's fun. Look a little Yannick too there. The emblem. Jesus Christ. Plus, both the codes were in here, but I don't think they were. They were in separate areas. I don't know, Deceiver. I'm thinking they're probably a little Joe, but that's just me. That is just me. Okay, so those are the dangly hands that be touching the cryopods. Half the development time of like these games is probably just making like scan entries for fucking everything. Because pretty much every prop in the game, they have to like sit there, and even if it's just a couple lines, I mean, they've got to make like a scan entry for everything. Like, even this shitty little like, and which is good because I mean, I guess most things are gonna have like names when they're making the game itself, right? They're gonna have some type of naming convention, but at the same time, I mean, having to sit there and write a description for each one is probably extremely time consuming. Okay, so just download it straight to the thing. I'm just gonna hop in here. I'm just gonna live here. Like, Samus, what happened to you? They just see Samus just slowly turn into a ball. Get into the pod and just go to sleep. They're like, oh. Well, I guess I'll die. But like, yeah. They just gave up. They had enough. They just wanted to go into the fucking hole. This is where they go live. Scanners build a vial holders, monitor sample. Okay. Electric lock looking thing. Oh no, that's a Yankee. That's a yank lock. This is one of the terminals. Alright, currently offline. Great. Oh no, it's a vent. Ugh. Thank you, Metroid Prime 4, for once again allowing me to spastically jump as a ball inside of a thing, just like a crazy person, so... Ooh, yeah, I need gifts. Alright, download that in my logbook. Well, apparently we can do some telekinetics with this. Yeah, I've enjoyed like these little like weird psychic things. These are cool. So far, that's what gives this. Oh, we get the yank. Nice. So it is really interesting. It's like, I would say so far like 70-ish% of this game is like definitely its own kind of weird thing with like the psychic stuff has been cool. It's got an interesting like visual element to it that's a little bit different than the other ones. Most of it feels pretty good to use. Nothing's felt like shit in the game yet. Like nothing's like, oh my god, this is so bad. Like I hate whatever they're trying to do here. The psychic core mechanic beam thing, that it moves a little slow, but I understand why they made it move slow, because it would be like really frustrating to deal with otherwise. It really does feel like the worst aspect so far. Like if we're in an area like this, I really don't have any problem at all. Like it's fun to like joke about like the joke about like the people like yapping or whatever. Like that's fine. But they're not that big a deal. I think like when you're in a zone though like this, it feels like you're just playing a Prime game, and it works. And of course we were talking about it earlier about the getting like all these like upgrades that are like, oh, you got like psychic boot, or you got like psychic ball, or you got like whatever. So it's got all that going on, but that's not really that much of an issue either. Like it's they're fucking Metroid upgrades, so like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh my god, I can't believe it's just whatever. Like I can't believe it's just double jump, but it's, I don't know, it lets you jump on like psychic platform, like whatever. I mean, I'm kind of expecting that at this point, so it's not really gonna be an issue. The biggest gripes I've had, and it really is, it's the desert thing, the bike, which I feel like I said earlier, is like this weird kind of, the bike just feels like this weird like necessity that they did, because I can't tell, it's like what came first, the chicken or the egg situation, because I'm like, I can't tell if the bike existed and like they wanted to justify it, or the weird open world hub thing existed and they needed a way to traverse that at a speed that was like not snail's dick. So I don't know which one it was. I would assume it was probably the bike that probably came first, because like that does feel like that's more in line with somebody being like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if Samus was on like a fucking motorcycle or something. I don't think anybody was sitting there like, god, wouldn't it be fucking wouldn't it be fucking cool if this hub area was a giant desert? They were like, oh my god, hell yeah. But people do have a thing for deserts. I don't know what it is. I personally have never been the biggest like desert fan. It depends on the setting. Shit like Kenshi, I'm cool with that, because Kenshi's like, its desert is like interesting and weird and has giant space lasers hitting you that make no sense, and crazy robots and crazy slavers and crazy this, and Kenshi's desert is nuts. So like, and it's got a bunch of interesting like locations like Obedience and like the Holy Nation lands and all that stuff, which are less desert than anything else, but there's still a lot of desert. But the desert, the bike, and I don't know, it's just weird. Like some of it's just so strange. But like I said, for the most part, it's like, this is a neat puzzle. So they give you like the little thing up there, and you have to, I'm assuming, complete it. You have to like do it in like a sequence where you don't like break it or like go back over whatever. So like that's cool. That's a neat puzzle. I like that. All the psychic shit for the most part has been really neat and controls really well. I really like the beams. I think the beams work out well. I like that you can keep shooting your regular shot and you just have to tap whatever it is to, R or ZR or whatever the hell it is to shoot your like upgraded beam. I think that's a really good way to like prevent you from having to switch a lot, because that's something you have to do in the other Prime games where you have to beam swap a lot, which is nice because it's on a keybind, but I don't know, like, the funny thing is too, when I think about like open world stuff, if the open world is like compelling enough, I think most people wouldn't even use like the faster travel option. Like I feel like the vast majority of people who played Breath of the Wild, and I could be completely wrong on this because there's no way to really quantify this, but like from what I've seen from people who did play it and played it a decent amount, we'll use Breath of the Wild instead of Tears of the Kingdom because it's its own kind of thing. I would say the vast majority of people probably just kind of ran from point A to point B in a lot of cases, just because the world was pretty interesting and there were like fun little things to find on the way from point A to point B, whether it be like Koroks or a shrine or, you know, whatever it is. I feel like people would probably be just using like some kind of speed boost and then just running, or like stamina increase or, you know, whatever, and just kind of hoof it. Because I just feel like people didn't like I know people used horses, and we used the horses too. And of course there's the bike, which was like its own thing, but that's like later in the game anyway. So that is interesting though, that like, you know, you look at that and I feel like, wait, can you? Yeah, you can. Okay. But yeah, I think most people probably, because Breath of the Wild's world was like generally pretty jam-packed, like, because I mean, you can basically walk for a little bit and you're either going to bump into a Korok or you're going to bump into like a, you know, a shrine or something. You're probably going to run into something, or maybe somebody that has like a little quest or a town or whatever, right? You're probably going to run into something. So I think like vehicles in like big open world settings, I feel like they serve a purpose for... See, that is the strange part though, because the more I think about it, like some of those games that have these, it's almost like I would call it like optional fast travel, because it's, or like a slower form of it, because there's like horses and stuff in like Skyrim and like Oblivion, but unless somebody was doing like an RP-ish kind of run where they run from point A to point B a lot, most people probably just end up fast traveling to locations pretty frequently. Which makes me wonder even more, like, with the desert and the bike and everything like that so far, and this is just so far, because we've only encountered a few things out in the desert that seem like they're worth interacting with. Or that we can even get into yet. So it's, like, weird to think about, because it makes you wonder... Like, I mean, I probably would have been okay if they had just been like, oh, Samus turns into a Morph Ball and just starts blasting super fast. Like, I'd think that was hilarious. Like, I don't know, do like a speedball thing where you just like rev up and just blast across the desert as a Morph Ball. I mean, like, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. That's cool. Like, I don't care, why not? But the bike is fine. It really, like, the bike, it looks neat, you know, it's whatever, but I don't know. Like, it's just strange. Like, but Rob was saying it earlier that if that was the case, then it really would be Sonic, which... There have been a couple aspects of it that, funny enough, I brought up Sonic Adventure, which is not the game that I thought I'd be bringing up at all during this. And hopefully it stays that way, because like most of the time, comparing anything to Sonic Adventure probably is not the best. I think it was like one of the what did I say last night with Sonic Adventure? There was something that we did that I was like, this feels kind of Sonic Adventure, and I don't remember what it was. It wasn't the dialogue. Was it throwing Tails into the water? No, not this time. And technically that was Sonic 06, not Sonic Adventure. We gotta get the right Tails death. That was 06 of Tails just literally dying. God, I fucking love that piece of shit. I love that fucking game so much. It's so bad. I love it, but I don't know if I could. I don't think I could ever play it again. I think like I think that like the Sonic Subathon killed me on that one. I also think that the Sonic Subathon did lasting damage to my voice, because I think like I can still sing okay in some spots. Like that's not like whatever. I do find it harder to do some of my silly voices than I did before, which is I swear to God, screaming that fucking hog for like over a week straight probably did some serious damage, or it didn't, and I'm just getting older, which I think is probably more of the case. I watched a short interview on what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank on this? I literally saw this like 2 days ago. The dude that does Jake the Dog and Bender, and I think he also voiced like Banshee and like Destiny originally or something like that. DiMaggio. I watched a short interview with him, and like watching him do some of his voices is kind of incredible, because like they're similar, but they're different enough that like Because I think the video specifically that was recommended to me was like, it was him critiquing people who were doing impressions of his voices, which was actually really funny. It was very sweet by the end of it, because he was, you know, he made a lot of jokes about it, but ultimately he's like, it's so flattering that like anybody would want to, you know, try to make the silly voices that he makes. And but watching him like shift between like Bender and like Jake and like, I was like, holy shit. I'm like, dude, some voice actors are just, they're insane. Like, they are so good at what they do. Like, it's just incredible. Who's the dude that does, he did like Ren and Stimpy, and he did like Fry, and was it Billy West or whatever? Also insane. That, watching him like shift between like Doug and like Fry and all the other, because they're all, again, if you think about it, they're like, oh, they do sound similar, and then you think about it and you're like, God, but they're different enough that they really are their own characters, to the point where I had forgotten that he even did Doug, and I was like, oh my God, I'm like, he that makes sense, that does sound like, yeah, 100%. But watching that video was pretty heartwarming, because some of the people that were doing like the Bender impressions and stuff, it was interesting because which I could pull the video up for you guys and show y'all if anybody's interested in it, but I find it interesting because I wouldn't mind doing more like VA stuff in the future, but you know, hopefully I can, you know, do that. But you know, like I just found that fascinating to like watch him like explain. Like he talks a little bit about like if you guys remember the old episode of Futurama where Bender keeps like jacking into like the outlets or whatever, and he does like the kind of like whatever, like he's like, his voice is like shaking when he does it. He actually explains, he's like, that's really cool that like they're trying to do it this way. He's like, this is how I actually do it. So he does like the weird like warbled sound, and he starts tapping his throat, and he does it exactly, and I'm just like, oh my God. I was like, that's super clever. And he's like, it hurts. He's like, but it's a really convincing, like, it's a really convincing sound. It sounds like he's, you know, stuck in a power outlet or whatever. And I just think that stuff is just super cool. I always love that from, like, I think voice actors are insanely underappreciated sometimes. Like, I think some of those people are 1,000 times more, like, they can emote and do things that like regular actors just can't. Like, and it's kind of telling too, I think, when you get like an actor to do a voice role that's like a really good actor maybe, but then like they don't like do a very good job, whether it's like the direction or, you know, whatever it might be. Like, I feel like it's one of those instances where it was like what's his name from Friends. Obviously, the dude was a good actor. Like, he did a good job. He, you know, people always had good things to say about him. Matthew Perry, because I know he passed away recently, but, like, he's fucking terrible in New Vegas. He's awful. Like, he's so bad. But he had done other shit, and he was fine. But, like, he was so fucking bad in that game. Now, part of that, I think, was probably the direction. I would assume that the direction was probably not the best for that. Or he may have been going through some crazy shit at the time. Because, like, it was just one of those moments where I'm like, God, he is so terrible in this. And, like, he clearly isn't a bad actor. He's got a lot of... He's very expressive. He has a fun voice. He seems cool, like, whatever. Like, it seems like he could do very well with something. But it's like they gave him either, like, the shittiest direction ever or something. I don't know. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they did do Waka. And yeah, you're right. How about that? I didn't think about that. If I remember correctly, he also did, I think he did Banshee in Destiny, too, right? I think I remember reading that at one point. I think they recast him at some point, but I'm pretty sure he did him. Well, sometimes it does Luigi, but it's also the same way, the other way, too. I think there's voice actors who would not do a great job of actually, like, physically acting like screen actors would. You know, since I've been playing through that Legion remix for a while, hearing Liam O'Brien as Illidan is still, like, it's so over the top, but it's so damn iconic that I'm like, I don't know who else could make this character as pompous, cocky, and all this shit, and yet still seem cool without it, but, like, he does such a good job with that character too that I'm just like, I mean, you love him. You just love it because it's just ridiculous. Like it's just ridiculous. Like the character is so over the top, but it's one of those like over the top kind of situations. It's just amazing. Like it's so well done. Thank you, Ice Thing, for hitting me with that. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, there's some really awesome VAs out there that have done. And then you have the category of voice actors who are actually really good that keep getting hired to be the same character over and over, and that's really unfortunate. I think they've done that with Laura Bailey's actually a good example of that, which I know I've talked about before, where they just hire her and they're like, all right, can you do Laura Bailey? It's like, awesome. You know, it's bad when like one of her more expressive roles that I've heard is Jaina Proudmoore, which is also just mostly Laura Bailey. So like, and I'm like, yep, that's her. What did this one say? Oh, the drop in room temp calls it a freeze of death afterwards. Okay. I wonder if we could, because there's the cryo thing up there, but because all that did was lower him down, right? And then we got the. Really? Oh, John DiMaggio, like Waka is like the role you think of for him? That's so funny. I would definitely think Bender for sure. Either Bender or nowadays I would maybe say Jake, because he really when I finally sat down and watched Adventure Time all the way through, he really impressed me as Jake. Like for how simple of a character like he was initially, I think that he really brought him to life and made him like just have so much character. And he even said that Jake is mostly like his voice, but just like with a little bit more of like a kind of a little bit more like gruffness to it or whatever. So, which I think is cool too. So we're looking for 2 more of the. Yeah, I think she gets thrown into the. They kind of do the same thing with Liam O'Brien though, where they. Because he's done some interesting stuff too, but you know some of his characters will end up sounding similar, like what's his butt from Nier, kind of sounds like Illidan, but like a little bit more. Not, I mean, like a little bit more pretentious, but Illidan's already kind of pretentious because Illidan's not really pretentious. He's more. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess he does end up with that. Yeah, the book, he does feel pretty, but at the same time he doesn't though. I remember having a whole conversation about this, that he is pretty Illidan, but at the same time he's kind of not. There's a particular line that I remember from Liam O'Brien when he's doing Illidan, and it's at the end of the Nighthold raid when they shatter this like demonic prison or whatever that has like Illidan's bullshit in it, and basically the demon that's inside of him pops out and you have to fight it after you fight Gul'dan, and it's such a good line, and that's one of those moments of like, I don't know who the hell else could deliver it, but he pops out and he basically is like, you topple a pawn and presume to challenge its master. And he says such arrogance in a way that I'm like, fuck, that's so good. I'm like, how? Like, I think about it, I'm like, I wonder like how he decided he was going to do that. Like, either the direction was like really good for it, or just the way that he delivered that line. I'm just like, damn, that's really fucking good. Like, it's just, I think some of it's also just having a cool voice that you're doing, and like getting to say a cool, fun, crazy, over the top line can be really neat. I don't know, but remember the joke I said to you about Illidan calling Jaina a hussy, but it's actually the Nier character. Oh man. I want to see if I can find that line, because that line in particular is so good, and it's just like, I don't know, like it's one of those that I feel like the direction either had to be like really good. I don't know the best way to, I guess like Wowhead might have it, but that would just be like the line itself, which out of context always kind of sucks. would assume they have... I would assume they have all of the voice lines or whatever. Weirdly, they don't. That's surprising. They have, like, all the barks and stuff for it, but they don't have the actual opening line. Either way, that was one that made me think, like, as far as them being, like, a voice actor, because, of course, everybody remembers, like, the "you are not prepared" thing and all that shit, but some of his voice lines from Nier are really good, too. Oh. Heal damage, specimen Griever's metabolism currently at minimum. So, I'm trying to figure out if the Lemorn people, if they, like, made the Grievers, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense, considering that the Grievers just appear to be them. Or maybe they're not them, they're just made like them, or so. I don't really know yet. We'll see. I'm just kind of guessing at that. Prime 4's been okay. I think it's pretty good. You mind if I suck this door? That does feel like a really weird, like, core upgrade. The Yankle rope. Because mainly because it just feels like something that the Seamus could probably just be like, I'm just gonna rip this off with my hands. Like, okay, that's cool. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat yet, and if it can, then I missed the little blip for that. They got... Dude, there's blood in there? Oh my god. In Nintendo game? Well, howdy. Damn, neglect led to his death? That's really sad. That Griever got neglected to death. Griever's like, father left for milk. Father never returned. Oh, like way earlier with that. Oh yeah, because that one thing is like, yeah, your lasso of truth or whatever can like yank off the... Yeah, I remember that now, yeah. Okay, I guess let me scrangle this. I need to get out of the... Oh yeah, we can also yank dat truck. You're right. These are pretty cool. I like these. They're not really puzzles. They're kind of just... These are one of those things that makes me feel like if I wasn't using a regular Pro Controller, that would be like Nintendo telling them, be like, you have to put in something to use the HD Rumble to. And they're like, okay. And they're like, what the hell are we gonna do? And so they make this like little twisty puzzle that does like an interesting vibration thing. Because I can tell it's trying to do that, but since I'm using one of the stupid OG Pro Controllers, I guess I don't get the full experience. The hand thing up and out, she's giving the Alamals a revolver ocelot. Yeah. That is true, it is a revolver ocelot. Earlier, when I first saw it, when they do like the scan thing, it's kind of doing like a... Well, nothing's fucking actually scan. They do like some little deadly premonition talking on the thing, and then the hand is little Picard. Do a little make it so. Engage. I actually don't, but the hand thing is actually really cool. I think that's been like the psychic stuff in general, like the animations for it is this game is so strange. It really, like, this is like one of those things where it's like part of me can see where this game has probably been in dev for a long ass time, because it's got like some really good polish in certain areas, and then other spots just feel like they didn't know, because I wouldn't say it was a time thing. It's like they maybe didn't know what exactly to do with, you know, X, Y, or Z, or whatever. But as far as the way Samus controls and the abilities and the environment design and stuff, like, it's fucking cool. They've got some really good stuff. It is certainly more interesting than, like, 3. I 100% care more about whatever's happening here than 2, because, like, 2 I just kind of checked out a little bit, but... Autopsy systems activate. Let me get in there! Stab me! Come on now. Yo, let me get in. No? Okay. Yeah, this 100% feels like something for like the HD Rumble type deal or whatever. But the hand movements are like really good. Like you can see even just like how subtle they are when like you slowly move the thing. Like the articulation in the hand alone is actually pretty impressive. I feel like some games can't do very well with certain things like that. Like the weird like minor movements in the hand for like the psychic stuff is actually looks really good. So, and I know that seems like a weird... I mean, what else is new? I know it seems like a weird thing to praise, but like, I don't know. I feel like if that looked stupid, then it would make the whole concept feel even dumber or whatever. Like, it's just one of those things that I'm sure is difficult to model that and like animate it and everything like that. Like, well, because it also has like a certain amount of like resistance to it. Like when Samus is like turning their hand and like the way you like move the stick with it too, and like it pushes back some, and you can kind of see like their hands shake a little bit. It's like it's really neat. Like it's a very neat way to do that. But again, though, this is the weirdest part about Prime for me, and this is always going to be like this, where it's the games that are set before the main... I don't want to say the mainline games, because for a while the Prime games were the mainline games, basically, because, I mean, where were we? And, but, you know, looking at that, and, like, it is weird that, like, Samus has been through all of this. Like, they had, like, these psychic crazy powers at some point. They had, you know, all the crazy bullshit in Prime 2 and 3, and, like, you know, just from the sheer benefit of them being games that in our time, you know, being ahead of things or past things like Super Metroid and stuff like that. Like, of course they're going to be like more complex in certain ways, and you know whatever else. But it is kind of fascinating how that works, and like it does make Prime always feel a little bit weird, because it's like, are you telling me that Samus did all this crazy shit before the other crazy shit happened in these games that, like, in some cases that kind of pales in comparison, I guess? So we're missing one of the TK things. I don't know where we haven't been yet that might have one. Because the little door thingy is there. It's like the jetpacks and sprint, diaper lock, and reach. I think sometimes, and I'm proud of you for this, I feel like do you have a moment where you're getting ready to say diaper lock and like you're pumped because it's going to be like relevant in conversation and you get to bring up diaper lock again? Because I feel that way about diaper lock. Anytime it is in any way relevant to the conversation, I'm super excited to bring up diaper lock because it's the funniest, dumbest shit ever. And I fucking love Reach and the goddamn brutes and their stupid diaper lock. For anybody who's not aware of what diaper lock when I'm referring to this, so in Halo, eventually as the games progress, right, Chef gets more and more of these like Spartan power things, right? So you have like Spartan Sprint, you have like Spartan Spit, you have like Spartan Glow, Spartan this, Spartan whatever. Well, Armor Lock is the thing that shows up in the later games, and it's so fucking funny to me when you see a brute do it, but their armor is knocked off. So I'm like, what are they fucking doing? Are they diaper locking? Because all they have left is a diaper. And then they armor lock, and I'm like, what fucking armor, dude? They're just locking the diaper. Like, what are they? There's no armor left. It's all gone. You're not allowed to lock anymore. You can't diaper lock. You just can't do it. But they do it anyway, through the sheer power of Yeah, for the sheer power of the brutes. There. And the fortitude within their diaper, they somehow managed to pull it off. So they can diaper lock even when... I'm sorry, they can armor lock even when they are reduced to simply just a diaper. Okay, there's got to be another thing in here with like a code in it that I'm missing. I'm not really sure. These are apparently operating on minimal power. There's bound to be something else in here, because we went into the autopsy room down here, and I guess there must be like another code that I'm just missing somewhere. I thought this jackass was going to have one, but I guess not. I also thought we'd be able to interact with their little thingies, but I guess not there either. I haven't forgotten about my idea, by the way. That this is probably that idea I talked about last night is probably going to be the first form of produced content that I'm going to do in a long time. And I'm going to use the term produced. Didn't use that very loosely, but for anybody who missed it, the idea is basically like, so you know how like people have gone in the past and they've been like, oh, I'm going to go take Reddit posts from like, am I the asshole and all this shit, and I'm going to make like whole videos on it where I'm just yapping about it. All right, well, it's similar to that. But I've noticed with Kenshi and RimWorld in particular, the absolute insanity that comes out of people's mouths that they will type into a text box and then post on shit on like the Discords or like the Steam community or those subreddits, whatever it is. The insanity. Absolute insanity. And I noticed it before, but I was like, dude, I want to do like a video covering these. Because... Oh. Something's making sound. Fucking scary. What? That is legitimately one of the creepiest things I think they've done. Yeah, I didn't even notice the noise when we opened it. That is legit one of the creepiest things I think they've done in a Prime game. That's really good. That's super cool. Like, you shatter this pod and this, like, weird-ass, like, jumbled radio communications. Like, that's fucking weird. I like that a lot. That's really cool. I fucking love when Metroid is like a horror game. Like, I hate, oh, I can't stand it. Like, I feel like they just... Sometimes I feel like they just forget. But, like, Dread does a pretty good job in some spots. The unfortunate part of Dread is that the Emmys, which are supposed to be, like, the scary part of that game, get really... really tiring by the end of it, which is also a problem with horror media. If you just overexpose somebody to it, you're gonna be like, oh, well, that sucks. Now I'm super desensitized to this. But even the music here is like kind of creepy. Like that pod though, that was super super cool. Oh, here we go. I still think one of the most, like, aha moments ever was when I came across Luminist for the first time. And for anybody who doesn't know him, he's very talented. He's done a couple game soundtracks at this point, but the unfortunate thing is whoever hired him to do those game soundtracks didn't have him do his, like, trademark thing, which was analog synthesis stuff. So I found him years and years and years ago. He basically did analog synth recreations of... the classic, like, Metroid soundtrack. And I'll never forget hearing the Metroid intro, and then hearing it done with, like, an FM synthesizer, like an analog synth, and being like, holy shit, whoever made this, like, you can really tell that, I mean, you can tell that Metroid's inspired by Alien, just period, but, like, when you hear it recreated in an analog synthesizer that has, like, any level of, like, that has like any type of like robust quality to it compared to, you know, just a little, you know, chiptune 8-bit like NES thing. That was like one of the coolest moments when I heard that, because I was like, holy shit. I'm like, whoever, like when they composed this, like straight up, they were trying to make this sound like Alien or like any type of like sci-fi horror thing, but it just sounded like shit because it was on an NES. So, but like, you can tell by like the general structure of it that it's supposed to be creepy. And unfortunately, it just didn't translate. I mean, it still translated okay for the NES. It translates a little bit better in Super Metroid, but even still, you know, it wasn't quite there. But hearing like some of the original Metroid soundtrack be kind of pushed over like a big chunky, you know, analog synth, I was like, damn, dude, that is like one. And there's some like creative expression in there too, because like you're having to kind of fill in the gaps. But try keeping the enemy contained in particular zones kept them from being too scary. Yeah, I agree. I think that like the SAX, I think, is like still way creepier than any of those. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think the SAX is still really good. The SAX is one of those things, though, that I feel like, in a weird roundabout way, the SAX kind of ends up being like scary because of its. Are we supposed to like bomb this or something? They're like, what are we missing here? But like, I wouldn't even say that the SAX is like super scary by like horror terms, but I would say like for a Nintendo game and for Metroid, I think they did a very good job of in reintroducing the horror. Fusion in general just feels very. Metroid does its best when it has that high level of isolation, again, via like Alien or something like that, like this high level of isolation versus all these threats. And it's like, when I look at like some of my favorite parts of the games, Super Metroid, when you first land on Zebes and you're going through a sleeping Criteria and going through like all that stuff and how creepy it is, like that's fantastic. No music, but just like, but there is music. It's like a little bit of like a drone type thing. Metroid Prime, when you go through the space pirate frigate and you have to like use like the heat visor and all that stuff to even see like the target, like that shit is so good. The music is fantastic, and the space pirates are super threatening. Fusion, when like, you know, the SAX shows up and you're just like, oh my fucking god, because it pits you against something that's like really it's super threatening. It does that thing where it's like, anytime a game lets you fight yourself from either like a previous version or like whatever, it can be done really well. And in that case, I think they did a fantastic job with it, because it, like, you know, you're effectively fighting you. And since you have the Metroid DNA, you're like super weak against the ice beam and stuff. So when you get hit by them, you're like, holy shit. And you're just like scrambling to get away because they do so much damage. And they're... So not only does it get to kind of flex like the player's power, but it also becomes like kind of this weird like horror element. So the SAX does pretty well with that too. So Prime 1 has like the space pirate frigate, which is just awesome. Super Metroid has the sleeping Criteria and also the wreck ship, which is just, again, fantastic. But like I said before, it kind of... Where the hell am I going, dude? I know I just walked past like one of these things and I somehow... I don't know which one it was, because I'm probably just yapping about God knows what. Did we do this room yet? Yeah, I think so, because we jumped through over here, and this was like the... We got the little pass-through over there that went to a missile thing. We did the one... Okay. So we did the one in the medical bays. But I think we did the one in the storage bay, I'm pretty sure. Maybe there was one that was like closer to like the... That's the recovery bay. That's where the crack pod was. That was all creepy. I think the first one's probably like back towards the beginning, maybe? Yeah, it would have to be, I guess. Yeah, I think that forcing the player to run there, you don't beat the SAX. Like, you just run. Like, you just run. Yeah, no, I think Metroid is at its best 100% when it's like a... When it really starts to kind of lean into like those like horror elements. which is hard too, because Samus is a fucking they're a badass. So like, okay, so 2 games, funny enough, that I think do this with characters that are fucking badasses, that are just like, you look at them and you're like, oh yeah, dude, they rip, they're just killing it, they're awesome. It's actually Halo and Metroid Prime specifically. Well, maybe not Metroid Prime specifically, but just Metroid in general in some spots. So, because doing something spooky is hard when your character is like a super soldier or like insanely powerful. Because, and I'm specifically saying like Master Chief and like Samus and stuff like that, because obviously they pitch these characters as being insanely strong. So the cool part about that is like, a good example would be like the first mission in Halo where you encounter the Flood. So you go through like this kind of like almost like horror story, like revisiting like the Marines like tapes, basically, of like the recorded footage of finding the Flood, and then you have to face it by yourself. And despite the fact that you are Mr. Super Soldier, Spartan, all this awesome shit, you see like this entire operation just going south so fast. Like, and then you've got these things coming after you, and they're a brand new enemy. You haven't seen them yet. All you've seen them in is this footage. Seemingly at first they're pretty easy to get through, but like they start coming in larger numbers and larger numbers and larger numbers. Then you start to see like the people that were like infested by it. You see the guy that's like going crazy and like shooting at you. And like that's a really good example of kind of striking a horror element in a game where let's be, I mean, Master Chief's fucking ridiculous, right? Like he's comedically over the top sometimes. Like, dude's, oh yeah, I'm gonna give them the Covenant back their bomb, right? You know, so you have moments like that, and it's super cool to how tough that must be to be like, we're gonna make this bit like a kind of like a horror element. And it's like, okay, how are we gonna do that when the player character is like insanely fucking awesome and like, you know, just a badass? Like, how are we gonna do that? That's hard. Like, that's really tough to do. And I think the Metroid does that too. I think the SAX is a good example. I think like the space, dude, seriously, is this just a whole nother area that I didn't even see? I'm so dumb. I didn't even notice this. Dude, I have wanted to sit down and make a video of... Is this the entrance? Okay, well, I don't feel as stupid then. I've been wanting to sit down and make a video of, like, the best examples of, like, horror elements in a game that's not a horror game that are just fantastic. And I mean more so things that go past, like, Mario 64, like, chompy piano, like, genuinely well-designed, like, horror elements in a game that otherwise is just not horror. That like really, really nail it. Not like, you know, oh, it was spooky because it was like unexpected, which is good, but like I'm talking like really, really well done on like whether it's like a whole level or like whether like a whole portion of the game or, you know, whatever it is. Like Ravenholm's a good example, yeah. Like fantastic. Deep Nest is really good. Yep. From Hollow Knight, they did a good job with that too. Well, this is the first area that I've gotten to that I legitimately have no idea what I need to do, and I feel like an idiot because I don't know where we would have missed something here. Yeah, Doom, I'm trying to think of a good example in, like, I would say Doom 2016 is probably, like, peak Doom, in my opinion. I think that, like, the older games are really cool, really enjoy those. I mean, they're obviously, like, that's shit that was around when I was growing up, but like I'm not gonna look at like Doom 2016 and not pretend that was like not basically the perfect encapsulation of what that franchise is, and just absolutely just drove that shit home so well that they had a hard time following it up in Doom Eternal. And then I haven't played Doom Dark Ages, but you know, speaking on just Eternal, I mean they had a hard time following that up. I still stand by the fact that Shadow Temple and Bottom of the Well will never happen again. I think that video game development from Nintendo specifically for their mainline games, I think that like the industry is too mature and it's too this is a rare moment that I'd say this, that it's too businesslike and it's too, I don't want to say regulated because that's not what I'm getting at, but the formula I think for everything is so defined at this point that there is no way in hell we are ever going to see and this is the sad part, is like you'll get this from like smaller dev studios and stuff like that, which is great. But it sucks that some of these main franchises won't ever be able to do this again. Like, there is no way in hell we're ever going to see a Legend of Zelda game have content like the Shadow Temple and Bottom of the Well ever again. There's just no way. That is way too dark of a theme. And they've done dark themes, kind of, but they're more abstract. Whereas, like, the Shadow Temple has, like, these, like, nightmare crosses and shit with, like, blood on the ground by them, and, like, you can tell, like, the Bottom of the Well is, like, this complete fucking nightmare. The Shadow Temple is a complete nightmare. Like, they're horrific. They're obviously, like, you know, these, like, really corrupt, fucked up parts of, like, Hyrule, and there is no way in hell that they're ever gonna do that again. There's no way. Like, and people are like, oh, well, they had, like, you know, look at, like, Tears of the Kingdom. They had, like, you know, the Shadow Ganon thing with, like, him, like, with all the hands grabbing out of the ground and shit. And I'm like, that's fair, but again, that's more of, like, an abstract creepy rather than Dead Hand, which is, like, this gross flesh pile thing with hands that grab you as it slowly waddles towards you to, like, eat you. Like, and it's seemingly made of, like, this, like, nasty, like, viscera and, like, gore, flesh, gross skulls and everything. Like, and I know this maybe doesn't make sense to people, but, like, it's, what I mean is, like, when you look at, like, the creepy stuff from, like, Tears of the Kingdom, while it is neat, it doesn't have, like, that kind of, like, grounded, spooky quality, like, disturbing quality to it that, like, some stuff in, like, Ocarina or, like, Majora's has. It just doesn't. Like, there is a, and it's because nowadays the formula is there to the point where, you know, it's like the system exists how it exists, and they're not going to be like with the rating systems. Like, we'll never see another instance because of the way the internet works and everything now, and, like, the vetting process that goes into things. There's no way in fucking hell that, like, we'd ever see, like, a Fire Temple situation again, where, like, it's this really cool theme for the dungeon that's got, like, this Islamic prayer thing in it that, like, they didn't notice because it was, you know, this was the early days of the internet and all that stuff, and whoever probably picked it probably just thought it sounded cool. And then somebody noticed eventually and was like, oh, shit, this is, like, an actual, like, it's like a real-world, like, religious prayer. You know, obviously, probably not the best idea to have it in there, which is fair. But the thing that sucks is how cool it sounds in the context of it. And, you know, stuff like that. Like, that stuff like this that's never going to happen again. Because, again, there's just too much of a vetting process. Like, there's just no way that would ever happen again. It would take, like, a massive fuck-up. And it would probably get, like, patched or something like that if, you know, that was the case or whatever. So, but yeah, like, so stuff like that. It's things like the Shadow Temple, things like, you know, shit, even some of the stuff that happens in Majora's, which is a little bit, like, more tame in some ways. Like, some of the shit in Ikana Canyon, I can't even imagine them doing that. I hate that I haven't been paying enough attention. I mean, I've been paying attention, I just don't know where the fourth thing is. Okay, so let's look at this. So we did the recovery bay. We just came back from the storage thing, and I wasn't able to do anything with that, so we got the one over there. We got the one in the recovery bay because that's where the pods were. And then we have the surgery bay, which was the... It's got to be, like, in the staging corridor then, right? Like, it's got to be in there because it's got to be in one of those rooms or something. Underground in Tears was scary at first, but didn't really stay that way for long. Yeah, it didn't. Like, it was kind of scary at first, but yeah, it didn't last, did it? I guess this was where we got whatever, so... Yeah, Metroid's is, like... That one's a little bit tricky since its inspirations are kind of rooted in, like, horror in general. Or a horror... piece of horror media. But I still think that it counts when you're looking at it from the perspective of, like... game that has extremely strong character that is somehow still put into a situation that ends up feeling scary. Kind of like the flood situation I was talking about with Halo. So, you know, that's a... I think that there's definitely... Maybe it's in the storage corridor or something, because, like, I don't know. This is kind of on me because I wasn't really paying attention to where we got the little pieces. So this is the first thing we've gotten stuck on, and it's not because the puzzle's super difficult or anything. It's literally because I just wasn't really paying attention to where we got everything from, so I can go target whatever. I think I did scan the dildos in the side room, yeah. This room feels like it would have something, but I'm not really positive, because I guess... Okay. Hey, we get to hear Creepy Pod again. That is hands down the spookiest thing that they've done. Like, that's so fucking cool. That feels like we should be doing something with that, but I don't know, like, what else I can do. Because we technically already got the one in here anyway. So okay, so the recovery bay had one, and it was the one that was in this area where you pull the screen down. This one had the one inside the storage bays where you go all the way to the end. Surgery had the one that was at the table thing, the operating autopsy table, whatever it is. So that would leave like either this like weird little corridor or this over here, which I don't know, or in one of these staging area things or something. I don't know. It might be in the main room. And like maybe I just didn't look around well enough for that or something. I don't know. On the topic of Zarul, oh right, I don't have my monitor turned on. I explained this earlier. I have to flip this over. Ah, yes. Old Terminal. Terminal Montage has gotten, like, better and better at stuff. It's also really hard for me to, like, mute the game, because I don't have it on a thing. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'm playing it on, like, the different input, because I was getting a little bit of input lag on the last thing, so I was trying to make sure that I judge the game accordingly and not, like, oh, I'm getting stutters here, or, you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to make sure I was... God, one of my favorite things that Terminal does is like fucking like Feliz Navidad in like the OG sound font or some shit. Dude, his like the fucking Ganon Suavemente shit is still one of the funniest jokes they've ever done. Like that is the funniest shit ever. Like, oh, you caught me mid Suavemente. That's so good, man. I love that. Then again, Terminal's gotten pretty damn good at everything. They're pretty damn good. Like they've kind of like gone past the, you know, like they still do the everything just blows up, whatever. Like that's very very much part of their humor, but do I like Animal Crossing? Well, I proposed to my wife in Animal Crossing, so it's okay. It's alright. It is okay. Yeah, I thought maybe like one of those pods would open up or something. I thought maybe it was going to be like the main room, but all this is scanned. Is this even the main room though? No, technically it's not. Well, it is like the center area, but... And this goes back to the surgery bay, which I feel like this is probably the one we haven't been to the most, so... I remember watching the Tears of the Kingdom speedruns when ZFG was running it back when it first came out, and Tears of the Kingdom might have some of the most asinine speedrun shit, which is really unfortunate because apparently those categories, unless they've changed something, specifically if you're doing like any of the main categories, I think you have to watch the fucking intro. And I'm like, dude, if I was on the group that was deciding how speedruns were gonna work for that, I'd be like, fucking make a save file after this. I remember even just watching him do it. I was like, I would kill myself. I was like having to watch this fucking intro every single time I reset. I'm like, I would rather jump off a bridge. Because the intro to Tears of the Kingdom is like, it's like 8 minutes. And you have to watch the entire fucking cutscene. And I'm like, cool, great, that's super fun. Oh, back on the way to the surgery bay? I hate that I've gotten stuck here. Like, this is like probably one of my favorite areas so far. And this sucks that like I've gotten jammed up here. Oh, this goes to a missile thing. That's it, unfortunately. And then the other thing over here is a little morph ball slot that I can't go anywhere with because the lock is engaged. I don't know where to go. See, that's the problem, is they can't, even if a modder did remove it, which I'm sure someone has made like a skip cutscenes mod for Tears of the Kingdom, it doesn't matter because it has to be on an official Nintendo cart anyway, so. Which that I understand. The only time that that's ever gotten so stupid was like, I remember listening to the debate on Ocarina of Time speedruns and how people were slowly, depending on the category, going to be moving to the IQ, which was like the Chinese only like in 64. And I'm like, dude, if that ends up being like a viable speedrun thing and people have to like somehow track down one of those pieces of shit, that would be the dumbest fucking thing ever. And they're like somehow getting records on it because it's like a minute faster or something like that. Would be the absolute dumbest shit ever. It's like, oh boy, I get to use weirdo Chinese Nintendo console. Like, oh man, my favorite. Yeah, because I don't have... Maybe you don't need to get all 4. That wouldn't make any sense. Oh, I see, because you can't... Yeah, you can't get the top node or whatever. Scan everything still green, even the obviously not it boxes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I need to go and go meticulously scan all the things. Alright, gang, back into Scan City, Michigan. My favorite place. I don't even know how to get into those rooms, because whatever. I mean, I guess I know how to get into this one, but that doesn't really matter, because we already went in there, so... Oh, do you mean, like, putting... You know, I was kind of wondering if you could, like... Put... Like, do, like, the little, like, bomb thing and, like, socket it into the top, but I feel like that... Because, like, obviously we need to get the 4th little node thingy to do that. But I don't think that doesn't seem like that's what you're supposed to do. Well, you've played this, right? Like, I mean, you would know, I guess, before I would. No. Even though visually that does kind of make sense. Oh, you haven't played this. I thought you did. I think they only recently, in certain categories with Ocarina of Time, since it's one of the few games I follow the speedrun stuff for at all, I think only recently they allowed intro skip for that, where you can create a save file right after the intro. Which means, you know, that only took, what, 30 years, almost? That only took 30 years for them to come to the fucking agreement that, like, maybe we should start after the intro? Maybe were we tired of this shit yet? Which I don't know if that was like super recent. That could have been like whatever, but oh, I guess there is like some big green thing over here that maybe we didn't scan yet. Oh, that's the door. Well then. Okay, so we got... Alright, those are scanned up now. But we already got a thing in here anyway, so... I mean, you know, like, the speedrun rules and stuff like that seem crazy sometimes, but, like, the amount of cheating that happens is so crazy. To the point where I'm like... I mean, I get it. Like, I really do. I get why they're so snobby and fucking uptight about it, because, like, people have been cheating in speedruns for so long, and I'm like, oh boy. Nothing says accomplishment like, you know, cheating to do anything fun. For your 4 seconds of fame until somebody who legit does it somehow beats your ass in it, which is really funny. Can be reconfigured as an operating table. I know we already went in here, but I guess let me go. Yeah, there's nothing in here. We already did the... Unless there's like an uppy. Nope. No uppy. God, that error noise is really satisfying. You know, the merit of a good error noise probably seems really stupid, but... I don't know, because we did... Okay, so we did one in here, for sure. I remember doing that. I know we did one in the... Maybe we just have to fucking, like, leave. Maybe there's... I mean, I doubt it. But then again, this game has also done that to us a couple times where it's been like, I guess just fucking leave. I'm like, alright. Okay, so we did Surgery Land. We have not checked Recovery Bay again. This will be the last one that we go into and start just scanning to make sure we've scanned literally everything. Which I believe we have, so... And it says that'll be accessible once it's restored power to the entire laboratory. These can operate on minimal power. So we've done that. But did we get a... No, we didn't get one from that guy. The pod that's broken. Okay, so the thing that we got the key from was this. That had a thing in it. There's nothing else that would have had. I think we've scanned everything. I don't know what else to do. Well, I guess we didn't scan these guys, but I know that's whatever. So I tried doing the yank thing, but there was no there is no yank prompt for it. I was also looking for other things that I could psychic yank. In the small 4 rooms, there was a few dildos to scan. Oh, these over here? Yeah, I can go back and go check Dildoopolis. I was also trying to figure out if like there was a room that we had that had like core mechanic of like zipping around and shooting things through whatever, but I haven't found anything like that, so... You know what? Just for the sake of being thorough, I guess let's go back through this thing over here, because... Oh, yeah, these are the phalluses. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. That sucked. Those are so insignificant compared to like all the other crap that we. Like one thing we like collected from like a smashed like screen that like fell down. Another one's like an autopsy table. Another one's like these like actual things, and then that one's like, oh sure, a pod, I guess. I had a feeling it was gonna be something like that. Well, good call on that, because wow, that was amazing. All right, what are we doing here? We got to go down. This is a neat puzzle too. I think that's like really cool. The code is hidden in this pile of discarded Coke cans, but in this case, the Coke can holds DNA. It was a locked room that we had to ball into, but there was also something else in there. So I think we got the thing that was in there, and then I left without 100% scanning everything. Part of me, like, loves the Prime scan thingy, and then part of me hates it, because I feel like it's so tedious sometimes, but...
Looks like you made it through another floor.
I sure did. It only took me 6 hours. Yeah, I think we went in there, and there was, like, something else in there, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, we got whatever thing was, and I think I left. Or there was, like, a little enemy in there, so I don't know what it was, but there was something going on. Either that, or I just phased out and just fucking left. That does overwrite your missiles, by the way. I 100% was going crazy a minute ago, so disregard what I said about that. God, the Fuego beam is that's pretty visceral, man. That's like watching things just incinerate. You're like, oh, damn. Hey, look, it's enemies from other game. Well, it's not them specifically, but, you know, they look similar, so that's cool. Yeah, we have another guy. We have 2 men. We're double menned up. Oh, this is fun. This is a good time. I like getting pushed off. Wonder if Ball gets pushed. Ball gets pushed very hard. Ball is bad idea. Ball, very bad idea. Oh my god. Ooh. This is a pretty spooky part. I like this. Oh, that's cool. I made it, but I didn't. Yeah, the ice buildup on the arm cannon's really cool. I wonder if it melts if you shoot a lot, because it heats up. Holy shit, it actually does. That is super cool. Oh no! Oh, the ice on the arm cannon? I have no idea. Well, the ice buildup might have been. I don't know if it like melts off when you shoot it. If so, that's really neat. I think we finished the Prime 1 remake. I remember enjoying it though. It was good. Oh, there's little psychic platforms. Kind of. Those look like grapple points, though. That is literally what that is. And they once again crushed it on the soundtrack, man. It's so good. Was there like... Can I like make that jump? Because that doesn't seem like something I can make. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, I guess maybe like if you get like up higher, but... Nah. Oh. The strong shock will break it, but I guess we could just, yeah, I suppose it needs to be missiles then. Either the grapple is progress? Well, we don't have grapple yet. Ooh! God, that was so much stronger than I thought it was gonna be. No, not again. we have the yank, but I don't think yank lets us grapple, does it? I have a feeling that's gonna be psychic grapple specifically. This part has got some really good mouthfeel to it. Like, that is very, very disconcerting for what that is. That's pretty good. Let me double check on the arm cannon ice. So it's frozen right now, but if we shoot to heat it up, yep, it does. It goes away. That's really, God, that's awesome, dude. Stuff like that is so neat. Those are little bits, attention to detail that, like, you don't have to do that, like, ever. Like, that's not mandatory. It's not gonna, like, change anything really. But I talk about that with, like, indie horror games all the time, that, like, having stupid interactables that don't matter can, in a roundabout way, give the world some level of, like, credibility and you know, make it feel like you're make it feel like it's a thing rather than just a game that you're playing or whatever. So I mean, I think, like, if you Metroid, then I think any Metroid fan should probably pick this up so far. At least I would say. I think it's good. I do feel like it does have some. It's got some weirdness to it, but it's to be seen how. Bomb slot releases link shutter currently offline, which we can't get up there anyway because it's offline. So we need to just go this way. My Switch straight up cannot hold this game. I've been meaning since I don't know if you get the Switch 1 version when you get the Switch 2 version. I would assume you do, because I was actually thinking about firing up the Switch 1 version of this just to see how it plays. I just love how many things are like currently offline. Currently offline. Currently offline. Like, alright, damn. We get it. That's an electric lock thing. I just watched this guy get cut in half. And when he came back immediately and just Fortnite danced, it was the wildest thing. Came back to a little Fortnite. It's like, damn, there he goes. I was so hoping the door would just shut on that guy and it'd be really funny. It's nothing quite as funny in a game as the door shutting on an enemy and them being like, because they're like a child where they're just like, what? Oh yeah, well, you could open the door that me know how. Like, okay, well. Oh well, that's very unfortunate for you. That'd be a huge Seamus. This area has not been that long. Unfortunately, I made it super long by not realizing that I could scan the dildo. So, lesson learned. When in doubt, just go scan everything again. Which is funny because I feel like that's a lesson I already knew from the other Prime games, but yet here I am making that same mistake. Dude, why get a micro SD card when you can get macro SD card? It's just one big chonkin' honkin' honk chonk. Game, can I do anything or is everything offline? The turbine has its own dedicated slot. Well, that means we're gonna have to, I guess, core mechanic? I'm gonna assume. That feels like what this is. So I suppose I'll core mechanic this. That does appear to be something, but I don't know if I just needed like core mechanic again. Oh, I see, because there's like, yeah, I think I see the little nodes. So there's like 1, 2, and then 3. I don't think I can... Naturally, it terminates this when it hits, so I don't really know if that's what we need to do, but... Used by maintenance tanks for turbine upkeep. Each turbine has its own dedicated slot. Just shoot it. Maybe we have to like go in here. Well, if they're like maintenance things, do we just have to... Nope. It seemed like they powered up when we... Links to generator startup device, bomb slot used for activation can extend by yanking. I actually like the idea of that. They're like pulling it, just revving it up. My God, what is all this shit? Do I look like I have any of this? Thanks, game. Do I look like I have Psychic Spider Ball? No, I don't. Oh, I see. You pull this thing. Okay, that makes sense. So can you, Right. So you have to do the other thing, and that makes sense. Okay. Does it depend on... Oh, you can grab it on that side or the other. That makes sense, yeah. You can yankle-dankle it either way. That is true. I do have Psychic Bikic. It's pretty cool. It's a good one to have. Rev it. What a insane contraption that was. You know, anytime you go to like any place that has like Chozo ruins and shit like that, it makes sense. But God, when you get to these kind of places, you're just like, why is this the way it is? Why is this in any way like this? But then again, the Lemorn might have something to do with the Chozo. Who knows? They might be like, yo, we're cousins. We also have ball. Like, oh, all right. Well, that's good, I guess. But who knows, man? Maybe they're maybe they're friends. Did that just open up one slot? Oh, well, I guess. Core mechanic? Suppose so, yeah. Well, I mean, technically we should have scanned that, I suppose. But this only opened up the one hatch. Does that mean we have to move? Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Ooh, now we gotta not get hit by the blade. Then you're gonna have to get not hit by the blade a second time. Double blade. Marvel blade. I had a feeling we were probably going to get like the electric beam or whatever here. But when these places wake up, dude, the music and everything is just awesome. Like, they do such a good job with it. But what else is new? The music has been fantastic all the way through. Like, there has not been a point where I'm like, wow, this music is ass. This is so bad. Why is the steam aggressive? What did I do? What did I do to it? Oh, yeah, that's true. The desert music, because it doesn't exist. That is the... Dude, the desert makes no fucking sense. Like, and the more I think about it, the more just blown away I am by it. Because I'm just like, y'all already have, like, loading trams and, like, loading cannons and... Like, why even do the stupid desert thing? Like, and if it's gonna be, like, the green, my precious power crystal gone forever or whatever, like, why not just... I don't even know. Like, why not just do... Why not just, like, include those in, like, the areas that you're going through? Like, why even bother with... Why even bother with the stupid desert? Unless it was, like, fill the checkbox for, like, we have open world. It's like, alright, great, thank God. Yeah, that's what everybody needs. So... Cuts this guy's weenies hanging out. It's like, oh, caught me on a weird day. Oh, were they trying to like heal the grievers or something? And then, let me guess, super advanced race, big science, fucked up. Oh, so they are Lemorn, yeah. They're trying to purge whatever makes them into grievers off of these guys, I guess. Well, that's sad. It's crazy that they speak Russian. So I guess the Lemorn are the grievers, and all of them were turning into them. So... Let me in. They got the monster cancer. they got a little monster cancer. Just the normal thing. Fuck is that? Yo, is this bike? Vroom vroom? No. Oh, this is back towards the beginning, isn't it? I think. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, this is back towards the start. Which I don't think we need to go that way just yet, so... Anything else I needed to sniff upon in here? Like over here, maybe? There's a gondola to send to the other side. Oh, okay, so I guess this is for like a little like kind of fast travel point. Yeah, good on them though for making like Iceland that's not just Fendrana Drifts again. So that's pretty good. Good job. Good job on them. Probably pretty high. No, I would imagine that's exactly where he is. He's just dead already. Glad I'm not the only person that does asinine shit in ball mode. Oh, dude. Like, Prime does such a good job with Morph Ball in general, so... Why would you... I mean, we took out that Silex dude with Ball. I bet he was feeling real stupid. You know, I was thinking earlier, like, how... What the hell they're gonna do with, like, the next, like, Zelda game. And I would assume that they're probably wanting it to come out in the next... I don't know, like... I would assume they would want it to come out around the same time as the Zelda film, or at least shortly after. which I still don't quite know. Well, the answer, I know the answer to the question. I was gonna say I don't know quite why they're making it, and then I was like, oh, insert Mr. Krabs money. What? Of course, money. But like, I don't know. I just. Then again, I thought the same thing about the Mario movie, but the Mario movie, especially compared to like this, which I can't even believe I'm saying this, especially compared to like the second Sonic movie, is just fine. Like there's nothing about it that's like super offensive or anything like that. It's just kind of, it's fine. Like it is okay. Whereas I personally thought that Sonic 2 was like really cute and a lot of fun. Did this get like flipped? Because this is back towards like the main. Oh, that's the power generator. Oh, I thought that was like the main entrance area. So we do need to take that gondola actually. So the first Sonic movie has a lot of human talking, just a lot of human yapping. And I think the second one is actually, I think it's really cute, and I think it's a lot of fun. Well, I won't spoil it because I mean it's not like some major thought-provoking spoiler, but they do some really cool stuff with it that I think it's hard for games sometimes to, you know, because they can't just do, I mean, they could, but in a lot of cases they're not going to do just the game or whatever, but, you know, different. So they're not going to do that very often, but I would say that the Sonic, especially the second Sonic movie, does a really good job of kind of being like a really good homage to Sonic the Hedgehog 2, which is really cool. And I thought they did a wonderful job with it. Jim Carrey's fantastic as Robotnik. I mean, like, he's absolutely stellar. All the actors are really good in it. I haven't seen the third one, but apparently it's pretty good too. So, after seeing that, and again, I can't believe I'm saying this, like, the Sonic movie, to me, had so much more... I don't want to say, like, it had more heart, but it definitely felt like more kind of... I don't know, like a little bit more like faithful to the games in their own kind of weird way, which is strange because Sonic, especially the early games, doesn't really have much of a plot. But yeah, I would say I enjoyed the Sonic movies more than the Mario movie. The Mario movie is one of those things that like confuses me because I feel like, for me personally, whoever does Princess Peach, I always forget their name. They're totally fine. I think that's a good example, actually. We were talking about actors who do voice roles, who... It kind of like underscores, I guess, like I don't know, like where they do voice roles specifically, and because I forget who the actress is, but she's a good actress. Like I've seen her in other stuff. She's really good, but like just doing like Peach as a voice role is like fine, like she's whatever. And then you have fucking what's his face as Donkey Kong. 2010's comedy man that I can't fucking remember his name for some reason, even though I know absolutely who the fuck he is, which is, again, it's fine, whatever. Seth Rogen, thank you. Anya Taylor-Joy, there you go. Yeah, so like you've got them, and like that's fine. You've got Chris Pratt, who, whatever, like, and then they had Charlie fucking Day for Luigi. They had like one of the most like expressive, crazy ass people that is like so well suited for something like that. And they put his ass in a cage for the film. And I'm like, y'all got Charlie Day to be Luigi. What a great casting choice. And you fucking blew it. Like, I mean, you didn't utilize him at all. Like, what a stupid move. He could have done Marnio, too. Like, he would have done great in either of those roles, because he's so fun, and he's so expressive, and he's so ridiculous, and, like, he's a good dude, whatever. Like, now that I've said that, Charlie Day will, you know, murder 400 people, and like Nick said, Charlie Day was a good dude and he killed people. But what I'm getting at is like, he's good at what he does. He's pretty much good in everything he's in. So they blew that. That was really stupid. But all that aside, you know, Jack Black did well with Bowser. I think he was fun. He definitely turns into Jack Black at a few points that I'm just like, okay, that's literally just Jack Black. But that's fine. Whatever. You know, but the Mario movie just like it's got really pretty imagery. It's, you know, whatever. But like I remember like coming away from that one being like,
This whole facility
yeah,
just
I mean,
went
all
into
right, that's
lockdown.
fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was cute, sure. Whereas like the Sonic movie, and I remember I watched it with Erica, and I was sitting there, I was like, you know what? I was like, it's not often that video game movies like kind of get it, like they get it, they get like the spirit of it. And by the time the second Sonic the Hedgehog film was done, I was like, you know what, man? I was like, that was really good. I was like, they did a wonderful job adapting that little story in that silly little game from 1990 whatever into a thing. And it was fun, and it had heart, and it was cool, and it had great imagery, and it like really felt like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, but as like a movie. You know what I mean? Like it was cool. So I thought that was like neat. But yeah, the Mario movie, I was like, yep, that was certainly a kids movie that had Mario imagery in it. If that makes any sense. Like, you kind of, you're like, yep, that was definitely a children's movie, or like, geared towards children that, you know, had Mario characters in it. Yep. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's fine. Like, that wasn't bad at any point. I'm not gonna be like, hey, yeah, poop. Like, no, of course not. Wasn't a... Yeah, Viola can't be summoned right now because I'm trying to hit start to pause the fucking game, but that's just not... That doesn't exist. They're doing that, like, that farty little bassy synth that they use for, like, the Space Pirate stuff, too. Sounds pretty good. I love me a good flappy, farty synth. But yeah, so as far as, like, video game movies go... And you know what else is funny is, like, I look at, like, the adaptations of, like, Silent Hill's movie was actually pretty good. It definitely wasn't super accurate to the games, but, like, for the most part... Looking back at it, I'm like, that was actually, like, fine. Like, especially for when it came out, when we were especially bad at making video game movies. Like, as a whole, it actually, I think it was pretty good, like, all things considered. Like, just the first one. I mean, you know, God help us on whatever that... Have y'all seen what James Spumperland looks like in the second, in Silent Hill 2 Electric Boogaloo? Have you seen his ass? Who's not seen what James Spumperland looks like in the new Silent Hill movie that's coming out? It's ridiculous. And I'm like, look, I understand not wanting to be, like, source material, like, whatever. Look, God, dude, this is ridiculous. Like, I get it. You want to do, like... You want to do, like, your own thing or whatever? Like, I have no fucking idea. It's one of those moments where I'm like, dude, James's outfit is, like, what is this? Like, what are you doing? He's not even blonde, which, like, okay, first, let's look at the character, right? We'll be like, oh, okay, cool. He's blonde. Okay, let's get, like, a blonde actor, or maybe dye their hair for the role. Like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, all right, let's just look at in general. So if you just eyeball James real quick on the left, we know, what do we gather from this in just a couple seconds? Like, before overanalyze, green jacket, easy. He's got, like, a collared shirt on, like a polo type thing, but it's unbuttoned. He's got a black undershirt. And in this shot in particular, you would be like, he's wearing, like, jeans or pants or something. Probably jeans. Okay, we got the jeans. We got a dark-ish undershirt for black-haired dude on the other side. We have what appears to be a bluish, greenish something jacket that doesn't even... I don't even know what's happening. There's no patches on it. He's got some kind of weird lace vest on for some reason. And he's got necklaces. So, like, what? Like, what? How do you... Again, I get it if you're like, fuck the source material, we're gonna do our own thing. Fine. Because even Silent Hill, the first movie, kind of does that. What the hell is that? What is this? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, it's like, you look at it and you're like, fuck the source material, but also I'm gonna do the source material. Like, I don't get that. It's like, you're gonna do the source material, but you want to, like, say, you want to, like, spit on the source material to be... Like, fucking Bloober Team did a better job. They did a wonderful job compared to whatever the hell this is. Like... At least Bloober sat down and was like, the protagonist is blonde. So they got that. I mean, like, yeah, they got that part. James is blonde. Yep. He's okay. Yep. He's just close enough to the source material to annoy. It really is like just close enough in some ways, isn't it? Like, it's just. Somebody did a fan mock-up of Mads Mikkelsen as James, and I like Mads Mikkelsen. I think he's been wonderful in like everything he's done, but no, Mads Mikkelsen does not look like James. First off, he's old enough at this point that he would not do well, I think, as like James. James is like what? Like he's like a 29 or like 30 in the games, I think. Or are they like super early 30s or something like that? He does. Oh damn, dude, I haven't seen that in a while. God damn, make me think about that. Like Dragon. Similar to Dragon. I think that like I think James isn't like particularly. I don't think he's supposed to be like ugly, like or even like he's kind of. I think he's supposed to be kind of like a regular dude. So you're probably right. Maybe Mads Mikkelsen's too handsome face for James. Then again, looking at the concept art for James is like he's such an interesting character design anyway. Because like, yeah, whatever. I don't even know. Just looking at that fucking. You know what? Honestly. I hope, and I don't say this very often, I kind of hope Return to Silent Hill is just absolute dog shit. So maybe people will just leave Silent Hill 2 alone. Because Bloober did their remake. It was fine. It's not like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever, but they did some okay stuff. They kind of missed the mark on some other things. We talked about this a lot during Silent Hill 2, the replay that we did in one night. Back during Spooky Month. So if you want to hear me rant about that, you can. I'm not going to go into this rant again. But part of me hopes that it just sucks, so they'll just fucking leave it alone. Like, just leave Silent Hill 2 alone, dude. Just let it be, man. Like, let that fucking masterpiece just chill. Like, stop touching it. quit slapping at it. It's like, leave it alone. Just stop. It's good. Leave it.
What's happening down there?
You guys got your remake. It's fine. Like, that some people are like, it's a masterpiece all over again. I'm like, I don't think that's true, but it's fine. And you know what? If it gets more people to play the game and experience that story overall, then you know, there's a lot of nuance to that story that's very good and things that people should really, you know. Which I talked a lot about that too. Apparently, like the inspiration around like Silent Hill 2 was specifically around. I guess there was like a bit of like a healthcare or caretaker like kind of crisis like going on like Japan specifically at the time, and I think it was like also showcasing, you know, the emotional burden that can happen when taking care of a loved one who is like ailing or dying or whatever. And I think they talk about that in the making of a little bit, but not a ton. But like the story itself is good and it's worth telling, and you know, if it means that more people will get to experience it via the remake, that's good. But the and just like the general like traumatic things people go through and how they handle them and the awful things that happened, it's just all that. The whole of Silent Hill 2 is worth experiencing. So, which is also a shame because it would do just fine as a film. Like I think that like it might be a little pressed for time to get everything in there, but I think if done by the right person, Silent Hill 2 would make a perfectly fine film. I think that you get a good, well-edited 2.5 hour, you know, get the right actors, get some good writing, make sure that like the way the story progresses is, you know, at a reasonable pace and kind of gets through it without losing some of that, you know, emotional weight. And oh, he's still dead. But now there's rockin' music playing, so we don't get to hear him chattering anymore. Yeah, dude, when I saw that fucking James Spumperland I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, why are they doing this? And, like, I understand why Pretendo didn't get, like... Because I know people were upset about, like, Charles Martinet or whatever not doing Mario, and I'm like... Yeah, I mean, he also has never done a full feature-length film of Yahwahoo, so, like, I get it. You know, might want to go with an actual, like... Not an actual VA, implying that he's not a VA. What I'm saying is, like, someone who's done, like, film roles like that, because that's not... I mean, he did Parthenax, though, like, but his Mario is also iconic, but it's also, like, silly. I don't know, like, how well that would have worked for, like, the entire movie of him being that. I don't know. Maybe it would have been fine. But point is, I get it. I understand that. And they still got... He's still in the movie, which is great. Like... And I'm not going to be upset about Charles Martin. Like, that dude has made so much fucking money. Like, there's no way that he is not rolling in money from the Mario. I mean, like, my God, that dude has been... He has been Mario now for so goddamn long that, like... And I'd imagine based off of his contract, he probably makes, like, residual income from this, that, and whatever, and he's probably alright. So... And he's still in the movie, like... So that's cool. Sometimes, yeah, but I think in the instance of the guy who literally plays Mario, I'm pretty sure he's probably made some decent money. Especially considering that, like, I would imagine he's probably, you know, either him or his agents or whoever the hell's doing whatever has probably made some pretty decent decisions with that, because I'm sure Nintendo knew that he's not just the voice of Mario for, you know, US, like, he's the voice of Mario, period, if I remember correctly. So, you know, I'm pretty sure Nintendo knows that that's what people they like him as Mario, so they probably wouldn't want to screw that up. But yes, in general, VAs are not normally paid super well. There are some weird sound effects that are extremely overpowering in this that, like, I can't tell if they're supposed to be... Companies just leave the old shit alone and just make something new. Oh, no, you can't do that. Yeah, man, you gotta get that remake of a remake of a remake forever and ever and ever. The never-ending remake cycle. I'm trying to think of who could do a Silent Hill 2 film and get it right. Del Toro. Yeah. Yeah, I think it 100% be him. He would get it. He would get it because he's done movies that are like, here we are in Horrorland. Oh, it was trauma shit all along. Like, he's done that. So, like, he would kill it. He'd do it very well. I think he'd do very well with that. And I think he would keep it, because I think, like, it's very easy with Silent Hill 2 especially to want to focus on the scary monsters. And I think that, like, you know, those are very important, and the imagery involving them is very important, but the real fear in that entire game is the horror of what other humans do to each other, and what people get pushed to doing, and, you know, when they have, like, no support network, or they have, like, no, you know, they're bullied constantly, or, like, you know, their family is horrific, and, like, whatever the hell it may be, like, all these different, like, forms of, you know, like, that's where, like, a lot of the major weight, Silent Hill 2's, like, weight comes from, and Why does that sound happen? That is like the weirdest. What is that? You hear what I'm talking about, right? That is so. That's such an. You know what? I'm actually pretty proud of myself for noticing, because I didn't actually notice that they looked kind of like the Lemorn. It was more that psychic slap thing they do, where they just like knock the missile away. That was like an indicator that they were probably the Lemorn. Which I think that's an interesting detail too, that they have that like if you shoot a missile at them, they'll just like slap it out of the way with a little psychic thing. Which shows that I guess they retain some aspect of like. Now that's not the charge blast wobble. It's like when the enemies show up. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is that? And it's actually like the sound. It's interesting. It's just it's so loud compared to everything else. It seems. Wait, what is this? Nice, the ball evader. It sounds like it belongs on like the sound effects channel, but it's like much louder than everything else for some reason. Because that's like Griever tracking stuff. One big complaint I hear having with Del Toro's Frankenstein is that he's too compassionate to the monster, which is weird to hear because that's been his thing for like decades. Too compassionate to the... Wait, what? Kevin Smith could do a good Silent Hill film? You think so? Like, actually? I don't know why. Like, I was thinking of, like... Yeah, that's, like, really weird that they would say... The too compassionate to the monster. But, like, isn't that, like, the whole... Dude, sometimes I wish, like, some authors and shit were still alive so they could just be like, nah, they got it. You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, some authors could just be like, no, they killed it. They killed it. And no, they nailed it. Because there is seldom something that is like amazing as that. Like when somebody does something and then like the original creator's like, nah, this slaps. This is good. Like Tynan Sylvester commenting on that one artist's rendition of the mechanoids from RimWorld, and he's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. This is what it's like how I always imagined it. Like, that shit. How cool is that? Like you. Like, oh no, you nailed it. That's awesome. Like, I hope that dude at some point makes something else, and I kind of hope that, like, as much as I love RimWorld and I think it's fantastic, I think it'd be really cool to see them kind of make something from like.
They're coming for me.
They are coming for me. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I forgot you were on comms because I'm over here just like getting attacked by these guys. I'm just gonna kind of run past these dudes. Come get you. Boy, they really do not want you doing that in this. They're like, oh, how you feel like getting stuck and smacked around a little bit. Yeah, no, I kind of like to see him do like. What is this? Oh, that actually is a thing. Wait. No, wait. Go back. I changed my mind. There's another thing over here. Those are, that looks like something that we can't do, so guess I'll have to remember this, maybe. It's a RimWorld 2, but it's 3D. Now that dude's, like, general, like, game design principles and stuff are really, really good, so I think, like, he could make another extremely good game. But I'm also cool with them just working on RimWorld stuff. RimWorld's got so much opportunity still to be, like, even more dynamic. I know a lot of people want, like, diplomacy being kind of like a thing in the next like expansion, and I really hope that's what they do. I think it'd be super cool to have like more like faction oriented options. I think that'd be really, really awesome. I would also like to see a like proper Because once I like spent more time with RimWorld and kind of like started to learn some of the systems and things like that, I noticed that that sound, right? God, that is so annoying.
Coming through the vent. In my sights.
Anyway, like once I like started to learn like RimWorld systems, like the more I went into it, I was like really disappointed that like basically factions have like they have like almost no point really. And I don't mean from like a metagaming like perspective, because that's certainly true. They really are pretty much useless. I mean, like even like the concept of like the context of like the game itself, not concept. Yeah, they're just not like great. It's not really ever worth it to even worry about it. The most factions can end up doing half the time is like being on the map when you get raided, just to like be a distraction or help you or something like that. Like that's about it. Calling for help more often than not is fucking worthless. Even if you call like the Empire for aid, it worthless. Like, especially on higher difficulties, is like you just get fucked. Like they'll show up and they'll be like, oh, I remember calling that I'd allied with the Empire on like some like higher level run that I was doing. I remember it was a shitload of mechanoids, and I'm like, well, this is probably the run ender because we're a little low on stuff, and I just hadn't really gotten good defenses and stuff like that yet. I mean, I did, but like it just wasn't enough to deal with like 18 centipedes or whatever the hell spawned. No, I don't think it's part of the music. I don't know what it is. And I remember I like called the Empire for aid, and this is not the Empire aid that comes with royalty, where you get like the contracts or whatever that you can use to summon them. It's like the one that like it's like the regular call for help thing. And like they sent like a few like units. It was a decent amount. They just got murdered in like literally seconds. And I'm like, well,
I think we're
cool. I was like, what a worthless thing this is.
solid work.
And it's true. Sending radioactive waste packs into drop pods, a form of diplomacy. I guess that's really what you get. Also, thank you, by the way, Needles, for the $7. It says, why is Donald ducking it considered naked but having no top clothing on, half naked? What? When they both should be half naked.
You'll be able to use that elevator now.
Maybe it's because. Well, I mean, how would you class like a dog wearing a sweater? Is the dog like half naked, or are they full naked, or like what?
The rest is up to you.
Like, are they still, since the nudity? I don't know if Needles is still here. I feel bad because I should have answered this question before. Point being, I mean, it's a good question. Like, I think that. What part of Donald Duck would have to get moist in order to be top moist?
You'll need to take the elevator down to the lower levels.
Like, would it be like, if he's in like on like all fours and like his back gets like wet, does that mean that he's like top moist there? Or does that mean like, if he's like standing up Homo erectus? Yeah, I suppose like he'd be like naked if his like Donald Dick was hanging out. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure Needles is still here. That was like 16 minutes ago, and I think I lost my mind and went on some rant about some other shit. Yeah, I think it is really cool that like a lot of those mods are kind of being integrated into the base game. Now, there are people with RimWorld who are like crazy about mods, which is cool, but they get a little nuts. They're the people that get angry when the game updates because they're like, "Wah, my mods." I'm like, dude. I'm like, okay, half the reason that some of these mods even like do anything is because of the DLCs that exist. So like, I don't know what to tell you. Like some of them provide like the frame. Now there's some that is not the case, but there's plenty where like the framework alone allowed for massive expansion to certain parts of the game. So, dude, I wish I had taken a screenshot because I know I'm yapping about this all the time, but when people like mod the game for like the main character to be like hyper anime girl attractive face, and then everybody else looks like shit, like in like Skyrim or like RimWorld or whatever. There was this very particular shot that had like these It was like these anime-looking RimWorld pawns that had like these detailed faces and like mouths and expressions and everything like that, and they had like these crazy clothing items on, and then they had like pigskins who were in like a prison cell, and they were just the regular shitty pigskins, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, the juxtaposition of like these just doo-doo regular NPCs and the fucking main characters walking next to them. And it's always anime grill. Like, it's like specifically that. Which is not to say that they don't do like other styles and stuff, but it's almost always like anime grill that is like horrifically juxtaposed against like the art style and doesn't fit in at all. Like, you're just like, this does not fit in any way. Like, you're just looking at it confused. Like, okay, yep, that's interesting. Which, hey man, I'm cool. Like, whatever, it's a video game, single player, whatever. Like, do it. It's just funny whenever I see a screenshot of it. I'm like, why are these like so hyper detailed? And then all these idiots over here look like shit.
Opening now.
They look so fucking terrible. Minor updates breaking everything is super annoying though. I had to get a fixed version of Beat Saber that was immune to updates. Beat Saber is one of those things that I feel like it's a little different because I feel like Beat Saber on its own kind of like lived by the mods like really early on, because like I mean the pool of stuff for Beat Saber was really small initially until modders added in shit. So because that could definitely get really annoying, because that game was like so, I feel like, straight off the rip, because Beat Saber had like a smaller pool of stuff because it was an indie game, so naturally they're not gonna have like fuck you like Activision money or something to get all these like licensed songs and shit. So naturally, like, the modding community is going to be super important there, which it is. That's the same case with, like, RimWorld or Kenshi, for sure. And those small updates breaking things has got to be annoying. What I don't understand, though, is if you're that deep and you've got a mod list that's, like, 310 for RimWorld, and you're doing, like, Total Conversion, RimWorld of Magic, Medieval RimWorld, whatever, right? Your mod list is, like, ridiculous. The weird part is, people fuss about it, and they're like, wah, it updated to 1.6 or whatever. It's like, you can just roll it back. Like, just go back to 1.5 until all your favorite mods get updated. But then they're like, oh, but then I can't play the DLC. I'm like, then maybe go play the DLC vanilla for a little bit and enjoy it, and then probably by the time you're done fussing around in it and whatever, your shit will probably be updated. Like, that's just like so weird. It's like, wow, the new content I bought, I can't play. It's so weird. I don't get it. Like, it's so strange, especially getting mad that like, wah, 1.6 broke everything. It's like, do you mean added an entire new gameplay mode? It's like, no, it broke everything. I'm like, oh, okay, this is weird. Very strange. It's okay, Nick. The horse racing girl game fans have adopted the Denver Broncos and make highlight edits with them in it. What did you just say? What just happened? Jigakuro, that's fair. That's knowledge that, like, I guess not everybody would know about how to do that. It's actually really, really easy to do. Because Steam keeps, like, those distribution packages up for, to my knowledge, for damn near forever. So it's actually super easy to... Well, the other thing, too, is, like, even if you weren't going to do that, if you were so deep into the modding situation, right? Like, if you're that deep into it where you've got like 400 and it's obviously like the end of the world if the game updates and it breaks something, just turn off auto updates. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you, if it's that big of a deal, just do manual updates for it? Why would you not? I had a super easy time with it for what was it, Armored Core, because I was able to roll back. I remember putzing around in the base patch for Armored Core. It was like super easy to roll it back with the they're like, I forget what's the database thing for that called. Shit, it's got a specific name. It's been a little while since I've done it though, so maybe it's a little bit harder now or something, but it was really easy to roll back like Armored Core and stuff. Just get it back to an old version. That's true too. Yeah, it's not like Skyrim or whatever. Like, that I actually understand a little bit more. That's a really fun looking boss. That I understand a little bit more as far as like, because that's a game that's been out for what, 14, 15 years almost. So, you know, when random update that seemingly doesn't add like much of anything, barely fixes anything, doesn't really do much, and it breaks a shitload of... I could totally see people being like, what the fuck, man? Especially if it just lands randomly and like naturally people have been modding the game for years and didn't turn off auto updates or something like that, you know, like I could totally see people being like, what the fuck, man? Now, if it was like, yo, we're like giving you this free new version and this and whatever, okay, you know, and adding a bunch of content, and okay, maybe I can understand a little bit more, but like, yeah, if it literally just updates shit and it's just breaking everything for no reason, that could definitely be really frustrating. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that we need to use the Fuego here. He's got like this ice thing going on, which weirdly doesn't actually seem to be breaking from that, which is weird. Are you supposed to break it with missiles? Oh, wow, that's surprising. I thought that they would... I figured they want you to shoot it with the hot. Maybe you gotta shoot him with the hot. No, I think really we're just gonna be shooting him in the eyeball, I guess. Having a hard shell, only lives in extremely frigid areas, capable of creating ice from air moisture. Okay. Oh my god, he's rolling. Oh my god. Wow, really? What a jerk. I'm already out of sauce. That's bad. Maybe we'll have to yankle his dankle. God, some of the dodges are fucking tough. Oh, there we go. I keep forgetting that these things are like fused with like Metroids. It's like really, really weird. I call missile when of in the cold of out hot shoot the boss. Why even? Most of this guy's playbook is go in air and shoot with body, which is fair. I'd do that too if I was Caratino or whatever this guy's name is. All right, Icicles, thank you for existing so you can give me back stuff. I appreciate it. I actually need said stuff. Whoa! Don't do that. That's rude. It's another one that I wonder if like core mechanic is like a thing that we would do here. This might be the first time I die, actually. I am not paying a lot of attention here. I'm playing real slop. I'm playing pretty AI. That might be a good way to do the thing, but sweet Jeebus, how many fucking times do? Jeez. Seems like he's got a threshold for opening up his Grundaloid. Dear God, that's a lot of ice. Get him on the hot. Ooh. I keep accidentally double jumping there, and I feel real dumb when I do that. No. Got to break free. Wow, I thought that maybe going morphing it up was a solution, but it wasn't. Ball was in fact not the solution. Oh, you can break those too. Nice. Look at that shit. Or not. I suppose that's probably not worth it. So this one's like really strange. Like, what do they want you to do here? Because it's first it seemed like the hot was going to be the solution, but then I guess it wasn't. Then it seemed like missiles was the solution, but I guess that really wasn't either. I suppose it just has a decent chunk of damage that it can do. It didn't fucking do anything. Fuck you, core mechanic. Unbelievable. That seemed like a good usage of core mechanic too. That's actually surprising. His dongle is exposed. Now he's got to rev up those fryers. Oh boy. That's good, Nom. I like those words that you just said. That's really great. Yeah, give it the old hot. Maybe it was like, maybe you were supposed to hot the ice. That doesn't seem to do much. I mean, it's like a little bit better, but it's not like so much better than like, oh yeah, that's the fix. That's the solution right there. I guess let me switch back over to thing. You can get him like hot of, out, eat the food, whatever, if you hit him with the hot beam. I wonder if that like makes him do like the dash thing more frequently or something. Wow. Good. Weirdly enough, Morph Ball actually doesn't feel that bad for that. Definitely not my favorite boss. Probably my least favorite of the group. It felt like super tanky, but I may have been doing something slightly wrong there. Unholy Metroid Cloaca are the words that Luigi said, which is really impressive. Core mechanic like bitch you thought. Damn, we boost? Nice. Rev up those fryers. Rev up those fryers. Boosting while on half-pipe terrain can generate momentum. Boosting while doing a sick fucky. I'm glad you said something about it, because I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, wait a minute. How did this Metroid fuse with cold with Metroid hate? Oh my god, I thought that was just gonna keep doing that, and I'm like, please stop. I know I'm out of ammo. Oh my god. Just get on the top of it and just fail. Dude, but what about my psychic boost? That wasn't very psychic money of us. Tell you that much. These cultures are way too ball-centric. Hey, look, everybody, another key that took me like 90 hours to get because, frankly, this was on me because I didn't scan that one penis. I appreciate you guys for all sticking around for this. Next week we should be back to normal stuff. This week has just been like big dead mode. I'm just been feeling like poop. So I appreciate y'all dangling around. I'll probably take the weekend to just recuperate in general and then try to get back to normal on Monday. That's when we're gonna do our that's when we're gonna start doing ornaments and stuff. I think that'll be fun. Was it not actually called Psychic Ball? I was just making a joke. Was it not?
You've done well, Samus. I'll meet you up top.
Me. It was absolutely called Psychic Boost Ball. Fuck. Dude, you know, like, there's some really good emotes out there. I don't know how many really hang with Dry. That like, Dry is so fucking good. Like, the only way Dry could be better is if it was somehow normal Kale Cat, like, optimism in his face, and it slowly just turns into that. He just animorphs into that shit. Just fuck. Fuck with Bitter Dry is like... I'm not a big fan of shirts that have like profanity on them, which y'all know me, I am not Mr. Censorship by any means. I've just never been like, I've never thought that they were like particular, like, I don't know, like that funny or whatever. There's instances that have been pretty funny, but for the most part I'm not like a... But if I were more into that, I would absolutely make a shirt that just says fuck. This is Bitter Dry. It just has Dry on it. Yeah, fuck. Do a community Jackbox with TKO. Jackbox is always interesting because like I have like a stupid sense of humor, so
Samus,
I have to like change
looks like you got what
my
you came for.
brand of humor depending on like who I'm
The
playing with.
message came through the station radio while you were gone.
Because if I bring like my standard bits humor into like some things, depending on like the crowd, I would just bottom out. I actually like it's either feast or famine with those. I'll either just completely wreck in those games with like stupid puns and all that shit, like Quiplash and stuff, or I just like the jokes were too obtuse and too wild that like people I don't even think fuck they see it and they're just like what the fuck even.
There's a healing pod up here, and I'll be as good as new.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have to here, which is nice, but yeah, there's definitely been instances where I've had to like really change like my like general sense of humor or like kind of adjust it to. That's not like super weird though. Like if I was streaming like and we had like a promotional thing going on, like I would still be me, but like I would probably, you know, you you work towards whatever like the audience is naturally, so. Like naturally I'm not gonna make a bunch of like computer jokes and shit like that around people who have like no idea like what the fucking router is. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna make that kind of shit for sure, but then again I don't really perform, so to speak, in front of other crowds, so. Maybe I'll do stand-up one day and be miserable at it. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. You gotta know your audience. Like, yeah, who the fuck are you people? These fucking these weird people that keep just showing up this stupid ass show every night. Who the fuck are you weirdos? Hey, we got a bunch of freaks over here. We're just freaks. Hey, I blew up one of these pods before. What do you want me to do?
This has been a rare treat to have seen the legendary bounty hunter Samus Aran in action.
He's kind of been fun though, because like he's just like, whoa, man. Like he's kind of got like the reverence going on for Shamus, but he's not like freaking the fuck out. Okay, we got him, and then we're gonna have the who's next? The because we've got like the sniper elite supreme over here. We've had the fanboy, and yeah, what next? Are we getting like Federation veteran, Federation rookie, Federation person who's like more experienced than Shamus, but like yum. Oh, those are definitely gunshots. That's fun. That was satisfying. Why can't they just do that? I like that way more than like... Hang on a second. Yeah, I mean, like, I like the morph ball cannon. That's fun. Why can't we just do that everywhere? Why do we have to like go to the P is stored in the balls cannon and then like the... Why you gotta be what it do? So this is the thing that said circuitry. The circuitry was exposed. So I'm assuming we need Electronico to get in there and do its thing, right? Because I think it's pointing it out, but we need like the electric. Jesus fucking Christ! Hang on a second. I don't know why. I don't know why I read something once about making a bot that monitors Zillow for local housing prices. Whoever hits a certain value, it just fires off a few shots. I don't know why that's so damn funny. This area took way longer than it was supposed to. I was just listening out because there was a ton of like gunshots or something that was happening like in that direction. So I just went and looked out and nothing like, it's like not close enough that it would be like on our street or anything like that, but it was definitely like somewhere in the area, but it sounded like an actual like shootout type situation. I was like, oh. Because like it was like, because you can only kind of tell gunfire because there's like a little bit of a cadence to it, but it's not like a proper cadence. It's weird, like, and it was a lot of it. So that was an art piece. The gun was hidden inside of one of those mini libraries. It was an art piece. Also just swapped over to a comfy hoodie because I was like, fuck it. How artfully layered the cup is. Artfully layered. Dude, the neighbors setting off homemade dynamite. Like, God, that is the most like American country bullshit I've ever heard. Just like, yep, homemade dynamite. It's like, good. That's good. Legal and safe. I guess we still can't get up that. I thought we might be able to do that. I bet it rattled the windows. That is some good bits. Thank you guys again for the dollar money. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for everything. Yeah, I would assume that that type of explosive is probably not legal. But who ever let something as simple as legality stop them, right? Yeah, I'm gonna try to get like some rest and shit over the weekend, because, you know, that way can be more normal next week. And now I hear police sirens. Imagine that. Why can't people just be, dude? It's like I said before, like, I wake up most days, especially if I'm not feeling great, and I'm like, man, it's a struggle to just be sometimes.
Congratulations, you got another teleporter key. Only 2 keys left.
And then sometimes people be like, I'm gonna go out there and commit the evil. And I'm like, how do you have the fucking energy to be like, I'm finna go out here and commit some deeds? Especially those people like politicians that are like super, I'm like, how do you wake up and you're just like, today's the day I'm gonna go outside and be the biggest piece of shit ever? But like, yeah, good. No, he's just saying, like, you know, He's just telling us what to do. Now we got the hot wad now, so I can melt this garbage. Now I can pull this Ionic symbol into this other Ionic symbol and then get all the Ionic symbol rewards that we require. Why do I know? I don't want to hurt the boys. Look at these guys. Why does Prime always want you to shoot these dudes? Like, come on, man. That's just the boys. Like, they're just in here. Just spinning. I mean, I guess I'm burning their homes, but, you know, that's... whatever. They're just normal men. That might be one of the funniest things ever done. Just period. That gets to go up there. That gets to stand with like other random pieces of comedy. Like all of it is just like flawlessly timed. Everything from the way he just says like, which is normal, man. It's just like cracking up like, what do you mean, normal, man? And they're just innocent, man. That shit is so fucking funny. Oh, dude, I can erect. Hell yeah. Yum. Okay, so you see what I'm talking about? Like the handshaking, like when they do stuff? That's really good. There's some really good shit in this. There's some stuff that is downright baffling that I'm just like, I don't know what we're doing here. Like the desert land. I don't get it. I just don't. Like some parts I'm just like, I don't know what the hell we're doing. But like Iceville was really cool. Like the actual zones are really cool. We did get stuck because I'm dumb and didn't see that. Okay, I'm not dumb. That was a very weird place to put that thing. Like there was, all the other ones were very clear, and then one's just like, don't forget to scan this little penis. I'm like, oh, oops. I didn't scan the penis. Charged fire shot launches several fire shots simultaneously. The added heat can cause it to rotate using 3-shot ammo. That's cool. Like having to kill little bird bugs for the bestiary. That's very sad. Back when I moved in a few years ago, the sheriff was trying to find who in the area owned the cannon that they like to set off at the holiday. Can own the cannon. Who owns this cannon? Oh, does this warp me out? I guess so. Sure did. Well, that's convenient. Okay, so far the little areas here in the overworld that we've seen so far, they do seem to have a purpose, which is good. I don't have the, we haven't gotten a lot of E-tanks either. But then again, we haven't really needed them either. So I mean, like, that's not the end of the world. What a sentence. Set off your backyard cannon. I do like this overall. It's like there are parts of it that really do feel. How is there pop in? You got to be kidding me. Like, not even as a joke. How in the world is there pop in for anything out here? There's nothing here. Like what? How is anything just like, yo, I'm loading in? I'm like, from where? Where have you been? You like what do you mean you're loading in? The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? That's the funny part is that the Switch 2's done a really good job with this overall, and it's like, I'm assuming that has to do with the chrono area, so I'm just gonna not mess with that. We got the Tree of Life over there, that's good. Setting off your backyard cannon. I can't get over that, that's so fucking funny. But also, like, sometimes those people, like, it's fun. Like, they're not hurting anybody. I mean, like, they're just crazy. Yeah, but they're not really fucking anybody up. They're just like, yeah, we got a backyard cannon. They're like, okay, that's good. They're like, yeah, we keep to ourselves. We ain't like, you know, we're not trying to startle anybody with the backyard cannon. Now, we was shooting it off around 7:10 morning. Now, that is perfectly legal time to shoot your cannon off. There's no noise violations in the time of 7:10 in the morning before church. I mean, who doesn't shoot off their backyard cannon before they church? You know, who up 7:10 and they backyard in the cannon? Who? Hoomst. Dude, I was trying to figure out the exact same thing. I'm like, why do we kill the birds? Like, what? God, I've never felt so fucking dry in my life. Also, my cannon's made from oil drum and a ladder. Oh, shit. That looks so good. Was that enough to boost? It wasn't. Part. I hope it's like that FNAF game that ran like shit because one of the characters inexplicably was crafted with an absurd number of polygons. How many polygons are we talking? What if you went to the FNAF movie and you're like, this game sucks. It only run at 24 frames per second. That's okay, because the human eye can only see 75 frames per hour or some shit. Where is Ballman? Like, what? I don't even know where he is. He just went somewhere else. How many polygons total is Tubert Boobert? How many is their butt? What's the over under on that? Does anybody have a polygon count? Is it the most detailed butt in a video game ever? Like, does it have that award? I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, oh my god. And I blew my boost, and now I gotta wait for it to come back. Great. I hate these green crystals so much. These are, dude, I barely even filled up like a thirdium of my stupid. Going out of the desert so I can do some sick donut. It is amazing how, like, I was doing fine and then we got back to the desert and I'm trying to get this missile and, like, do you ever just have, like, a wave? Like a wave of fatigue just, like, devour you. MiHoYo puts way more effort into their characters' asses because horny, jingly keys. Yum, yum. Now, when you say horny, jingly keys, are you saying, like, that they dangle the boo-boo keys in front of people and they're like, please give us money so you can get new girl with butt? Is that the implication here? Okay, I'm just making sure we're all on the same page with this. I mean, what, they just do like a new character trailer? They're like, check out this boy's butt. We're like, nice. I mean, fucking whatever at this point, dude. Like, I mean, it obviously is like so fucking effective that like, I don't think I've ever. No, that's not true. I technically have seen gameplay of Genshin Impact because I played when it very like the day it came out. I remember playing it, and it was just not for me. But just the game itself, this has nothing to do with the number of butt. They got buoy characters in Impact, right? Because didn't at some point like the Chinese censors, they were like the men are too effeminate and you need to like mask them up or some shit. They were mad about that because you know, governments and their insane want to control everything. I kid you not, their trailers for their game were borderline softcore fetish porn material. For that's what Zenless, that's Zenless Zone Zero, right? There are so many of these games that legitimately I talked about it one night when I was looking through it, and I was like, I kind of play a little mini game in my head every time I see one where I'm like, I try to guess like what if the game is a game that already exists that I'm aware of, and what the country of origin is. And I think that's a really fun one too, because like I've been caught off guard by a couple. I've been like, oh man, I got that completely. Like I'll look at it like Korean, Japanese, Chinese. Like what are we thinking here? Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, And sometimes based off of the general designs of stuff, or like maybe you can kind of like tell like a little bit of like the not like the censorship level, but like the general like aesthetic of it. Sometimes you can tell. Sometimes you just want. I've just been so fucking wrong that I'm like, well, I guess I was just completely off base with that one. I was like, all right. There was one that like I remember catching that was like it was still in like that like super duper like smoothie anime style whatever, and God, I forget where the dev was from, and I was just like, whoa, that it completely caught me off guard. I was not ready at all for that. I wish I could remember what it was now. Like I remember the dev being like UK based or something like that, and it was like super duper like anime gotcha. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, what am I even? That's like crazy, dude. You guys are the worst. Well, I mean, I understand why he dodged in that case, because it seems like a pretty not very fun. You know, the interesting part too is like the general like Asian market for like they in general, like I think probably have some of the earliest examples of like microtransactions in video games. So I remember there was this really shitty MMO I played in like the early 2000s, like really early 2000s. I remember. Oh yeah, no, we talked about this one night when we were doing the dead MMO thing. I remember it was this like I played in like 2001. It was called Conquer Online, and it was like a top-down kind of Diablo-esque like ARPG MMO thing. It sucked so bad. But you know, free game on internet. You know, young whatever. So I remember playing that for a bit, but I distinctly remember it having like microtransactions in it where you could buy like these like items that were effectively like pay to win shit. And I remember I like in the clan or guild or whatever it was, like the people I played with, I remember there were a couple people in there that like, I mean, God, they spent like, I remember at the time them talking about like hundreds and hundreds of dollars on it, like getting these things, and their characters were like just the most absurd bullshit ever. And it is interesting because like I think back to that and I think about how like almost outlandish that seemed. The idea of spending like hundreds of dollars on like a video game, like, you know, past maybe an initial purchase or something like that. And it's crazy how, like, outlandish of a thing that seemed at the time, and now it's like, that's just normal, like, everywhere. Yeah, Korean MMOs were, like, super on it. I think Conquer was, like, I don't think it was Chinese developed. I'm pretty sure it was, like, it might have been. I don't really remember, though, exactly, like, where that whole thing. Why is it that the one pathway goes to the beginning of... It doesn't matter. Let me just get into the fucking P is stored in the balls pod and just go shoot myself back to go deposit my green. Well, I distinctly remember that whole thing about them getting, like, mad that the male characters were, like, too effeminate or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, talk about like massive inadequacy to the point where, like, you're trying to, like, censor a video game because you're mad that, like, the men aren't masculine enough. It's like, dude, you suck. Like, how worried about your weenie are you that you're gonna be like, oh, this is just unacceptable. Oh no. But then again, I never really did a lot of research into that, so I don't know what the level of, like, validity of all of that is, so that's me just rattling off something that I heard a long time ago. I don't know how true all that was. I'd believe it, but I'm just saying I have no idea how true it all was in general, so. Time to go deposit my crystals. I know we have folks here who play, like, Genshin and stuff like that, and it seems like people have a good time with it. I don't think I've ever really seen much of the, I guess, modern gameplay loop for it. Like, I remember, like, when that game first came out, but because I would imagine people have to think it's, like, good enough to, you know, like, play it, like, as opposed to just randomly, like, doing the gacha component. Seems like folks enjoy playing the actual game. I want men to be big buff, but I'm totally not questioning anything. There is something to be said about that. It's kind of like what I was talking about the other night about how you get all these, like, the weird tie of, like, the Christian dudes who are, like, all into, like, football and shit. And I'm like, y'all sit here and watch these men just men all over each other. And you sit here and you know, like, the statistics of these men. You're like, oh boy, I know his shoe size, and I know his waist size, and I know his girth, and I know his, like, all this shit. And I'm like, y'all know more about these men than, like, people who are obsessed with, like, Japanese idols do. And it cracks me up every time, because, like, and normally they're the ones that get, like, the weirdest about, like, they get, like, crazy, like, homophobic and shit, and it's just like, what is wrong with you? Like, like, you are literally over here obsessing over the stats of these men, and you're gonna be like, ew, wee touch. It's like, okay, man, yeah, sure, right. Like, you were in love with tracking all this stuff, which is fine if you wanted to, like, that's whatever. It's just, it always seems like there's always this, like, weird. What do you mean I don't have any green energy crystal? Dude, can you not deposit until you're full? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding. So that means I could be out in the Desert Fun Force, and I could, like, that sucks. Oh, I already did it. Oh, I must have just been brain dead. Why does it still show up in the... here? I still don't understand the green crystal thing. I'm not getting it. Green energy crystals causes the altar to illuminate. The illumination will grow as a sacred tree, absorb more energy. I mean, is that... I'm assuming that's, like, the final... That'll probably be, like, the final key or whatever, because it's in the same menu, so... And the whole, like, the other thing that's, like, really funny is, like, that entire, like... So I've thought about, like, that, like, general joke about the stats of the men for a long time. But it didn't, like, really click until I was talking to, like, one of my brothers at, like, a family thing. And one of them was just, like, going on about something about one of these players and like all of these stats about him, and I was like, my God, I'm like, I don't think I've ever
Hi, Samus. Welcome back.
heard a more statistical breakdown of a human being. I'm like, dude, this is intense, man. This is like a level of like, I was like, holy fuck, that's crazy. Like, it reminded me so much of like the people that get like way too into like the Japanese like idol stuff that are like, oh, I know what their fucking main costume is made out of down to the seam. I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh my God. Like, that's intense. And you know more about your favorite football player's stats and body type than your own wife or husband. It's weird though. You're just like, yeah. But then again, that's kind of like the same vein as like the people who like, because it was like, it's been socially acceptable for a long time for like men especially to be like, oh, I sit here and watch the football game for like 6 hours. Like, that's like normal. But if like the kid is playing like video games for like 6 hours, it's like the end of the goddamn world, you know?
Explored everything in Ice Belt? Better make sure you didn't miss anything.
Why would you want to watch somebody else play video games? Like, why would you want to watch somebody else throw fucking football when you could go outside and play
Explored
football?
everything in Ice Belt? Better make sure you didn't miss anything.
Oh. Well, now you got me questioning. Mackenzie out here being like, hey man, did you get all that shit? And I'm like, I thought I did, but apparently I'm going back. Because if the game's telling me to go back, then obviously I need to go back.
Good luck out there, Samus.
Maybe I was supposed to get the electric beam thing, and... the progress to the left there is not your capacity, but overall progress of the thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought that was like how many yummy green crystals we were so full of. Almost as if the entire industry is there to keep people insecure and then sell them a cure for their insecurity, 90% of which involves you should hate women for this. Yeah, there's a lot of that where they're just like, oh man, that minority group, they're the problem. You should dislike them for sure. Here, don't blame this on the rich. Blame this on anybody else. Which happens all the fucking time. I've had to have that like conversation with so many people, and I'm just like, I remember there was like this like thread at one point with like me and like my family on it, and I think it was after the, I forgot what it was after. I can't remember what it was, but I remember ultimately like someone said something along the lines of like, talking about the government, they're like, oh, the corruption's everywhere, you just gotta follow the money. And generally my family has been more like right-leaning, but not all of them have. Like, my dad voted for like Clinton, and he voted for like several other Democrats at different points, but you know, so it wasn't just like always like party line, whatever, but I would say they generally lean more conservative, because that's just so many people in South Carolina. But anyway, I remember reading that and I was like kind of baffled, because I was like, yes. I'm like, yes, follow the money. I'm like, but you're only going to follow the money to the people that you don't like. I'm like, but I was like, that's a good way to look at it. I was like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of follow the money that you could do, and you'll probably find the people that are, you know, the people that are definitely causing the problems. I was like, but that was one of those like, you're almost there kind of situations. I'm like, yeah, follow the money.
Did you find everything in Ice Belt? You might want to go back and check if there's anything you missed.
The richer your friends, be nice to them, and someday you'll become just like them, while swimming in debt. So you can be just like them. Keep up with the Joneses, so you can keep yourself in debt and just fuck your shit up. Everything sucks. But yeah, I remember that being like really interesting, because I was like, yeah, follow the money. There go the birds again, the majestic creatures. Which, oh yeah, that's right, we can yank this. Nice. It might have been that, Kunzer. I don't remember that causing... Oh, it might have been... I think it was the Kirk thing. Yeah, that's probably what it was. there's a whole conversation going on about that and how whatever, and I'm just like, yep. And I'm like, God, tell me you never actually listened to a fucking word this dude said. Truck pulled free, but the psychic lasso tow hook is broken off. What does this say? As protector for the Galactic Federation heavyweight golem, no significant damage detected, can be safely connected to the body. Are we gonna be like repairing that golem thing by getting all the parts for it? Because I'm thinking that's what we're doing here. Because I'm seeing kind of a pattern with these. This was back to the Volt Forge, but I don't think there was anything super. Well, there was definitely some like rev up those fryers that were at the Volt Forge thing. I wouldn't normally say this. There are several instances already that I'm just like, yep, I wish we could just click on a thing and just fast travel to it, because the bike, it is so pointless. It feels like such a waste of time. Anyway, yeah, so that I remember that being like a really funny moment, the whole like follow the money deal. I'm just like, yep, you should. You should, like, yeah, no, you're getting it. I was like, yeah, go look at all the people who are rich as shit and how they're trying to literally run everything. Because I think about people that I know that like have done pretty well, you know, that make, you know, $250,000, $300,000 a year, like, which is really fucking good in my opinion. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, and then I think that there are people that make, you know, if I think that that's a decent amount of money, and then I think that there are people that make millions every year, and then there are people that make hundreds of millions every year, and there are people that make billions every year, and just like the insanity of like the income disparity is just, because I think about those folks that I know that have good jobs and they make like, you know, pretty damn good money like that, and I think to myself, I'm like, yeah, they're doing really well, and then I'm like, it's like the disparity between like that and then the just absurd amount of money that some people make, and it's just crazy. Like, it's such a weird thing to even like think about sometimes, and I think some people just don't. Like, the genuine disparity between those two things, it's just crazy. I still can't believe that there's no fucking music. I was trying to think the other day that I had like a pretty decent paying job before Butterbats, which I've talked about before. And I've had a few. That's a giant ass thing in the sand over there. That's scary. You know, and it was okay. It's a lot of sand boys over there. But I was thinking about it, and I'm like, you know, I've been working ever since I was like 16, whatever it was. I was like, I don't think I've made $1 million total from 16 to 36. It's like thinking about that, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, 20 years. I wonder if I could do anything with this yet. Nope. So when we checked this the other day, or the last time we did this yesterday or whatever, like, I had a feeling that the power cell thing was like relevant, because we looked at that at the beginning of the stream too, and I guess it's just pointing out that is a power cell for the god. So whenever we start putting that thing back together, whenever that plot point arises, I guess. Thankfully, it's already marked on the map, which is good. Was that a grapply pulley? God, what? You guys don't make the overworld more fun. You just make it even more tedious. Just leave me alone. Oh my God, who even cares? Just go away. Ugh. Also funny, these guys just dodge like crazy. They're just going bananas. Oh, Needles, I answered your question about the Donald Duck thing, and I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, my answer was probably another question. I think we were trying to figure out how do we define because I'm thinking to myself, like, defining it based off, I was like, how would, like, so let me ask you this. If you were to say that Donald Duck was top moist, what would he be? Like, would he be, like, walking around like a regular duck, which I guess also stands on its hind legs? So, like, I don't know, man. I feel like basing how the animal stands and how it becomes top moist, pretty important. Hope Samus does an Akira slide at some point. They already do. That's in the boost thing. See? And also when you break, you can do it too, so. The crazy part too about the whole, like, the money thing, and I've talked about this before, is like how kind of like insane the entire system is, because basically, you know, you talk about like the billionaires and stuff like that, and like they make so much money, and people are like, well, why don't they like get like audited or, you know, pay taxes or do whatever? And it's like, well, the way it's like super fucked up, because not only is the system just like crazy rigged, but if you look at it this way, effectively, if somebody makes like $1.5 billion a year, right, they can pay a CPA $150, $200 million a year, a lot of money, like, to basically fudge the whole thing for them. And at that point, if you're making like 150 mil a year, or whatever it is, you're damn near willing to be the fall guy, because like if something does go south, I mean, you've made a fuck ton of money, and then you can probably use that fuck ton of money to buy your way out of whatever the hell the charges are against you at that point. Like, it's like this weird, there's so much, like, it's just corruption on it, where it's just like, yeah, they'll pay this guy to basically, you know, fudge their tax numbers and get them every break in the book, even though they don't even fucking need it. And then if something does go south and they do decide to audit them, or, you know, whatever, then, which probably won't even happen in the first place, they'll just use all of that fucking money to pay that person to basically be the fall guy, and, you know, whatever. I mean, or they wouldn't even be the fall guy. They'd have enough money of their own from doing that for years that they could pay some insane lawyers to handle it or whatever. What I'm getting at is the rich suck. They suck ass. They suck. And the majority of them contribute to a system that's already super broken, and just keep it all going. Wow, that was really nice. I don't think you've thought that one out that much. Like, a duck doesn't go on all fours, it's bipedal. Yeah, but like, it is bipedal, but they kind of got like that duck posture going on, whereas like Dumble Duck, I feel like he stands a bit more human. He's a little bit more straightened out. Like, I feel like regular duck would, if they were getting top moist, it would be like their head and their back to some degree, whereas like Dumble Duck, he would get top moist with like his gross like duck shoulders and his head. Hey Ender, how's it going? Happy holiday indeed. I keep forgetting that it's like Crimbus Land time. I have a literal tree behind me and I'm still somehow forgetting it. All the holidays this year felt really, like, kind of strange. It kind of felt strange for a few years, but this year in particular just feels odd. I know they wanted me to go back to like Iceville or whatever, but we don't. I guess we need to, because I think the ice beam thing is there, but I don't know. I thought we needed to get the electric shot thingy to do that, but I don't know where to get that from. I would assume the electric shot thing is going to be from... I guess we would need to go back to the Volt Forge. Or we just go back to the Flare Pool, but I'm pretty sure we needed the Ice Beam specifically to do anything. You gotta define Top Moist at this point, because I clearly lost the plot. Top Moist... You may have missed Top Moist as a joke. So, Top Moist is like... Alright, so you're wearing like a t-shirt, right? And you walk outside. And it's raining, but it's not raining heavily. It's raining just enough so, like, that your shoulders get kind of wet, and your hair's kind of wet. But, like, your chest doesn't really get wet, because the wind's not, like, blowing like crazy or anything. Like, you're just getting... You get drizzled on. It sucks. And you get back inside, and it's like cold as hell because like your shoulders are wet and your head is wet, but like nothing else is because it just wasn't raining enough for it. So you're top moist. I'm trying to define how Donald Duck would be top moist because I feel like this would also help in the decision about him being half naked. Did you recall there being a spin slot in that room with the exposed circuit cage? Oh yeah, there is a spin thing in there, isn't there? That's right. I completely forgot about that because I got so sidetracked off of the ice thing that, yeah, you're right. I think that's exactly what it is. I had totally forgotten about that. God damn it, now I gotta go ride the fucking train. Why is there not just fast travel in this? That feels so weird to say because I don't normally feel that way about games like this. I'm like, why can I not just fast travel here? Oh, its source can be freed with a strong pull. Yum. That looked so fucking bad. Oh my god. In a game that has had, like, extremely good animation work in, like, Samus's hand during, like, the psychic shit, that looked so... That looks so terrible. Aren't ducks and other aquatic birds have, like, slightly greasy feathering so it repels the moisture? Yeah, I understand that, Needles. I feel like part of me, because I've always liked, I like Christmas time, and I'm not like religious man, but I always thought that Christmas was just, it's wintry and you know whatever. I've generally enjoyed it, but the last couple of years I've definitely had a little bit more trouble with it. They've also had some pretty tough years because you know we were dealing with all the stuff with Erica's parents the last couple of years, and then stuff with Bella last Christmas, and so it's just been a lot. So it's been hard, I think, to kind of get in the zone for it. But yeah, I think did I just go in a loop? Please tell me I didn't. I get so turned around. If I look away for like 2 seconds, I just like completely phase out of whatever the hell I'm doing. No, because this is the tram thing, right? Does this go back to the... I think this is it. Oh my god. So... I wonder if some of these are in here to accommodate the Switch 1. I didn't even think about that, actually. I wonder if, like, some of these, like, weird load zones and shit are just so, like, the Switch 1 version would work. It would make sense. I mean, design-wise, especially, if they were, like, if it was in, like, dev long enough and they were designing it kind of around the Switch 1, and then... Might be also why it runs really well, because, like, they just probably up, like, texture quality and resolution, and then made sure it ran at, like, 60 frames if you're doing, like, a... You know, the... quality mode or whatever. No, this is tram to Cold Land because I gotta get this thing broken over here or whatever. J.K. Crow reminded me that there was a thing in here which I had totally forgotten about. Well, Soul Valley I think is that's the desert land's name. Is that all booted up now? What did that have to do with its circuitry is exposed? Is that just implying that, like, the ship thing is in the front? Y'all, I know this has probably been a very boring stream overall. I apologize. Oh my god, now I have to go back to... Oh, I have to go all the way back to Fuckles McCuckles. Jesus. This game desperately needs, like, just fast travel. Like, this is so stupid. To get back on the damn tram, go back to the desert, ride through the desert, get into the fucking cannon, shoot through the cannon, land in fucking forest land, then run all the way to... Oh my god. It has to be because of like the Switch one or something. There's no way that this was like, because there's too many good decisions to feel like this wasn't just some kind of weird ass limitation. It's like I feel like the gameplay aspects and like everything's fine there, and even like navigationally in the normal zones, like everything's fine. But like the minute you get to like these bigger open areas, it does feel like it has to accommodate like a platform that loads slower, can't handle having as many like, you know, areas loaded in at once, so it has to like reload. I don't know. There's got to be some reason. Like this fucking sucks. And yeah, sure, it only amounts to like maybe a couple extra minutes. Not really. I mean, not really though. Like if you bike straight there, it takes, you know, a couple minutes for these load zone things that you can skip some of, and then you get back to the desert and you got to do this whole stupid bike charade nonsense. Oh my god, and every time it says speed limited, the dryness is just incredible. So if we go straight there, because we're going to Forestville, so we just need to go straight and then just cut a right? Because we have to go back to Mackenzie to do the chip thing. Shouldn't Samus's suit just be able to handle this? Because the Chozo are like a bajillion years ahead tech-wise compared to like the Federation. Oh my. I guess in all fairness, I should have probably done that before we left the first time. So well, Adam's like not even canon anymore, right? Like, and the shittiest version of him was like the other M. And that's, I don't think that they even consider that game canon at this point either, so. So what instances of Adam even exist in the main universe? What, Fusion and like, oh, you're just making a joke. I thought like you were saying like the, like, I mean, I knew it was a joke, but like I didn't know if like Adam still existed in some capacity, and I'm just not aware of this. Yeah, I guess Dread kind of, but Dread, they're like they're that Chozo asshole that's like masquerading as them, right? We just did Dread a couple months ago. I should remember that. But yeah, I think it was like the AI thing was the Chozo deal all along. Trying to think of the problems I have with Dread. I think like some of the pacing in it's a little bit weird. I remember getting kind of turned around several times because I feel like it was weirdly for me probably one of the harder 2D Metroid games to navigate, which is weird. No, it was months ago. We did Dread back in a... God, when was that? Well, I got all the Kenshi VODs and stuff updated, by the way, so we're all caught up for the most part. Yep, Dread was August 11th was the first Metroid Dread. Yeah, so that was about 4 months ago. The site has made me miss so much. What are we talking about? What, Twitch? My biggest gripes, I think, with Dread were probably visually, it's really weak sometimes because I think they had to just work with... I actually wonder what the mod scene for Metroid Dread looks like. I wonder if, like, there's a, like, ROM hack kind of version of it that has, like, better shadows and some rendering and stuff like that, that I think that... Just so weird thinking that game needed to, like, hold back. But when it comes to the Switch, I mean, and they had to probably cut some corners, and that game's shadow work is absolutely terrible. Looks so bad.
Samus. Come on, show me what you found in Icebelt.
So bad for a game that's supposed to have like tons of atmosphere and yet somehow has none shadow left beef. Oh, the job site. I thought you meant like Twitch. I was like, well,
Hello, friend.
I was like, Twitch
Okay,
something.
analysis first.
Yeah, that was back. Yeah, that was August. Yeah, August 11th, I guess. So, about 4 months.
Oh, this is fascinating. It looks like this program inverts the energy emitted
Dude,
from
it
the
doesn't
device.
matter. It's just the fucking ice beam. Just call it that and just give it to me.
That means if I reprogram this and send it into your arm cannon,
God.
you should be able to use a new
Can't
shot
skip this
type.
either. Also, Samus has had an ice beam before, so like, wouldn't this just enable the ice beam again? I suppose it's stronger than the regular ice beam because it's like, whatever. None Shadow, left horror robot. You know what, man? I'm gonna look that up really quick. I'm actually really curious to see like what the mod scene for, because like, you know, Breath of the Wild has a pretty active mod scene. Working cutscene, helmet with custom textures. Who cares? I'm gonna read through the ones we got. We got mix and match OSTs. We've got custom config, frantic difficulty, redesign, grown suit, whatever the hell that means. Working cutscene with helmet texture bundle. Mood-driven music replacements, Dread vanilla suit colors, Trans Pride suit recolors. That one's cute. Wait, it already looks like that anyway. That's confusing. Like that color palette. That's like the color palette that it is already, I think. Samus Returns OST for Emmy Zones. Okay, so lots of like music replacement stuff. PS5 DualSense controller. Pokemon Creation Trio. What? So, I guess it seems like a lot of it is mostly just music mods. So I guess other people also weren't big fans of the weren't big fans of the music. Yeah, I was just wondering if the Buzz Lightyear Dread, that's pretty good. What else we got? Does modding the game damage the Switch? Yes. Yes, this kills the Switch. Oh my god. Yes, 100%. Yeah, nothing that's like super. God, the Metroid suit thing was fucking awesome. It was so goofy, but at the same time, it's just great. Yeah, nothing as far as like graphic stuff goes. modding activates the explosion. Oh man. In Prime 3, she had Cold Missile. She definitely had it in Prime 1, but yeah, I guess she didn't have it in Prime 2. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to not see anybody do like even like a reshade or something like that. Well, no, somebody went through and actually. Okay, no, somebody did make like a custom reshade mod and stuff. Yeah. Okay. I wonder what that looks like actually. Wow. These are apparently screenshots that were taken at 11K with reshade and shit on. That's really good, actually. Yeah, some of these are pretty neat. You see what I mean about like the shadow work though? It's like some things end up having it and then some things just don't. It's really strange. There was another game that was like that recently that just didn't do. Oh yeah, it was Pokemon. We were talking about like Arceus and stuff like that and how it was really weird with shadows as well. Shadows are interesting because I feel like they're one of those things that can like really make or break like the way something looks visually. Which like these look good. Like that's cool. These are apparently a couple years old, but I mean Dread still looks good. It just looks weird in some spots to me. Like that they have some good like shadow work going on there, but some of the backgrounds tend to have them a little bit more so than the like these guys. Like you see how they don't have like any there's like no shadow on them or anything? These little like hornicorn dudes. Anyway, Yeah, that's probably one of my... So really, my complaints with Dread are pretty small, because, I mean, if the best I got is, you know... if the best I've got is, like, it looks a little visually crummy in some spots, and
Now you can use Ice Shot.
the
It
music kind of
temporarily
sucks.
freezes the
Well, the
target
music
when
doesn't
it hits
suck, it's
you.
just
You can
kind
freeze
of not
living organisms to stop their movement.
as good
And you should be able to use it on high temperature objects like
as some of the other
magma to
games.
freeze it for a short period of time
I actually
by
wonder who
lowering
did the
surface
music for
temperature. If
Dread.
you
I
find
wonder if it
anything
was,
else, bring
what's
it
their
in to me.
face?
I'm sure I could turn it into something useful.
Yeah, see, I think Samus is cool with Miles Morales or whatever, because like they don't seem to be like bothered by him. I guess maybe at first, but maybe Seamus is willing to accept help from literally anybody. That's like my life sucks. I was raised by bird people.
Freeze them all up with Ice Shot.
Why would you say freeze them all up? There's no one to freeze. So now we can get back into Hotland. Because we can do the second element thing here, but we can't do the electric one yet. Oh, just like shooting the ice thing like over and over, does it make it icy? It might if you charge it. Alright, what am I supposed to do here? What is this, like... Oh, you probably just, freeze it or something? Oh, it'll rise as water pushes up from the spout. Yeah, you probably just, like, freeze it and then... Because if it's for the ice thing, and then take the thing and then do this one. Oh, well, I guess you have to... Yeah, but you just activate it and then... Ice that one too, I guess. Is that it? Yeah, literally it. Okay. That's a lot easier than I thought it would be. Yeah, the actual puzzles themselves have like they've all been like really reasonable. The only thing we got stuck on was scanning the Dilberts that were in the in that one hallway, because I just somehow just kept walking right past them. Probably because they were much smaller than everything else that we had been scanning, and everything else seemed much more important, but then these are just like canisters of garbage, and they're like, yeah, that's important, scan those. Oh right, I was gonna try shooting the icy gun over and over and see if it makes it cold. It doesn't. But maybe when we charge it, once we get the charge version of it. So I think you can skip that, and then you can do this at least. You can at least skip the loading the ball sack part. Hey, Sib. I do. And then you can't skip this because this is the actual loading thing. And then you can skip the landing sequence too, I think. I still don't personally know why. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I'm pretty sure that this has to do with the Switch one. It just feels like really arbitrary otherwise. Yeah, so in the overworld, there's like Lemorne places that you can go to once you have the beam, and you can do like this little like mini trial to get like the charge shot version, or at least that was the case with the fiery beam. So we got the charge version of that. So I'm assuming there's an ice one somewhere, which I think we might have already... Couldn't shake off night shift sleep times visiting folks. Tried proper sweet tea for the first time. That is too much sugar for people. It is. It is way too much sugar. That's kind of the trick with like sweet tea, especially like southern sweet tea or whatever, is just getting it sweet enough that it's like nice and it's, you know, it's good, but like it doesn't just like hurt your fucking teeth. Like, I don't drink a lot of sweet tea myself, even living here, but still like it though, man. There's something about a glass of like just sweet tea with like ice and all that stuff. I think it's good. I think treating it like, I think some people treat it as like a normal, like just a normal beverage for everything. But I think like just having it every now and again is pretty good. Like I get it sometimes if I go to like a restaurant or something, but we keep like a small like half gallon of it maybe or in the fridge or whatever just to have periodically. Oh yeah, some of it. Some of them do just end up straight up like syrup. It's pretty horrible. There's a few places as far as like fast food and stuff, particularly Bojangles here is like straight up like, because they're like a southern style, you know, chicken place, and God, their sweet tea is like, it is so oversteeped and it is so sweet that it's like, it's almost like acrid. Like it's weird. It's strange. Like they're just, you would think some sugar and some tea would be pretty easy to not fuck up, but you can make some pretty bad ones if it's like way too sweet, or if the tea is like insanely steeped or something, or brewed at like way too high of a temperature, and then it just ends up being like just having like a weird taste to it. I can't tell if this area is going to be like a, if this is the ice area or if this is the, oh well, we got whatever the, oh I should probably go stand on the platform, I'm sure, right? Or not, I guess. Cool. Looks like these guys can be pulled up here, but I guess there's like a pattern for... Oh, what do these say? I'm already up to 47 verse. Nice. That's awesome. They actually added a big catch-up mechanic for that too, Zombie. I did get your message about that, by the way. I hopefully should maybe have some time over the weekend to do. I had about an hour earlier because I was up after I went to go get my haircut, and I just created a group finder thing, and I was like, who fucking needs whatever? I straight up only invited people who weren't at like the eye level cap and stuff, and I'm like, come on, we're going to do like a couple of these raids or whatever. Because I think with the eye level bump and with the all that shit, I can beyond easily solo Emerald Nightmare, Nighthold, and Tomb of Sargeras is pretty easy too. And Taurus is the one that's a pain in the ass, and that's mainly because of ANR, because they don't use the version of ANR that's on live servers. It's like the more traditional one. There's also the floor here, which I'm standing on and haven't scanned yet. Class can be released by surrounding pylons. Well, those guys down there, is that anything different? Oh, I see what it's saying. Like, I guess you could... Pylon with the electricity conduit decoration at its center. It's etched with alloys and intents and occurrence. Link the device activate when all pylons electricity. Okay, that's got it. I guess you open... Yeah, so I mean we had... This is Electric Land. This isn't Iceville. So we'll have to come back to this one. I thought that this one was the ice one. I thought it was like white on the outside, but I guess it was like more of a yellow color. I got a really nice message from one of the, because like those raids are 20 people, so I literally just grabbed like 19 people who were like fresh level 80s. I got a really nice message from somebody afterwards. They were like, they just thanking me for doing it. They're like, yeah, I just started the remix thing recently. They're like, I didn't think I'd get any of these done because people are so weird about inviting, which I don't understand like why there's like so much weirdness with that, because like at first there wasn't, and now there's like this weird thing where people are like, oh, gotta get it done super fast. I'm like, dude, invite like one person with 999 verse and they'll just rip it to pieces. Like, I don't understand any of that. There's tons of people that are applying with that now because it's a lot easier to get than it was before, so. That's what I'll do, is I just make the group, just put fucking all welcome, and then put in the note that low eye level or versatility is like prioritized, because I'm just gonna take anybody. I also got a message from somebody who was like pretty heavily geared, and I even put in the note, I'm like, yep, prioritizing people who are like low geared, and they were 779, which is the cap now, and they were 999 verse, and they were like, I declined them because I was like, why are you apping to this group that's like a big carry group? I'm like, what are you doing? And I just get a message that just says shithead, and I'm like, Okay? I'm like, you can solo this. I can solo this. Why are you fucking applying to this group? just shithead. And I'm like, good. Good game full of bad people. Yeah, it is sometimes. I will say, ever since they implemented the community policy thing for, like, you know, behavior shit, and ever since they put in... One of the biggest things they've done, and it's been really funny to see, is they added a... So for Mythic Plus, which is their mode that's 5-man dungeons that are on a timer, that scale in difficulty and get harder and harder. They added a lever penalty to that, so, like, if people just bail without voting to abandon the key, if they do it enough, they'll get a marker on their name that says, like, that this person has abandoned a bunch of keys recently or whatever, and it's really fucking funny. Because you'll get people applying to, like, Mythic Pluses, and they're just like, I can explain why I have the deserter penalty. I'm like, what, you fucking kept leaving over and over? And you kept rage quitting keys? I'm like, Like, it's so funny. And there was one I saw that was just like levers only, and I'm like, God, they're forming their own lever groups. I was like, that's so fucking funny. I'm like, oh no, consequences for your actions. And of course, like any system, there's some abuse with it, of course. But like in this specific instance, it's pretty much all delicious. It's good shit. It's good shit. It's really fucking funny. It's one of those systems that's like, it's not going to be perfect, but I think it's going to do more good than harm. I'm sure people who did not actually do X, Y, or Z, or their keys get held hostage, or like, I'm sure that'll happen, but like, doesn't mean you can't like not try, you know? So, and speaking of what like Jigakuro was just saying, like that has been like my exclusive goal in Legion Remix was to get as stupid, busted, fucking strong as possible. Get like gear cap, versatility cap, because I wanted to kind of pay forward the people that helped me out when Mr. Pandaria Remix happened, because I didn't have a bunch of time to play at the time, and I got into a really nice group of people that took me through like Siege of Orgrimmar and stuff like that, because they were all just busted fucking OP at that point. And so I was like, oh, I'm totally going to do that to kind of repay the favor for Legion Remix. And I've tried to do that. I've carried so many fucking people through the Mythic Plus achievements and the raid achievements and stuff like that. But then there was that one guy the other day that was like talking shit while we were like, you know, he was getting his carry. And the other people in the group that were with me are like, why are you being such an asshole? This guy's like taking us through this. And I wasn't even really saying anything. I'm just like running it. And I'm like, why is this guy? He's like, you're the reason this game's getting ruined. And I'm like, because we're in a temporary game mode that's all about like power fantasy, stupid, get as strong as you can, run, go, like, what? I don't understand people. They're so strange. Did you hear about that one game that crashed briefly because someone accrued so much lever penalty rating that it overflowed the variables? The dude was such a baby that he overflowed the variables. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's really funny. The one Legion dungeon, I forget what it's called, but it's in Suramar. But it's a dungeon to farm out my Warlock's Armored Court of Stars? It would either be Court of Stars or Archway. Those are the two that are in Suramar. You should be able to get that no problem in like some of those will probably be a little bit easier on like regular retail once you're level capped and Remix is over, because then you can just go stomp them and one shot everything. With the level cap going up and how much easier it is to gear now after those changes the other day, you should be able to overpower shit like super fucking fast. But we can definitely get you the other achievements before then. There's nothing quite like putting together like a carry group, because like in WoW, in the text chat, you'll see when people get achievements for stuff, and like taking people, like doing a full raid group through like Mythic, Emerald Nightmare, or Nighthold, and seeing like the chat just blow the fuck up with like 4 different achievements for every single person. You're just like, bada bingy. Like bada bingy. Hey, we let that dude. The only person I think I've ever kicked from a carry run was this dude who was on. He was on one of the Brazilian realms, and so Sometimes, I don't know what it is, and we talked about it before, but some of the Brazilian players are so fucking aggressive. I don't know what it is, but they go nuts. This guy, we were getting the group together, and I put it together, and I'm already there in the raid, and we're summoning people in, because you have to summon them to the entrance or whatever. And we were doing that, and this guy was just sitting in the hub area, because most people were like, I'm flying, but a summon would be awesome. And of course, we're just summoning everybody because it's faster just to do that anyway. But this guy gets in there, and he keeps spamming 1, which means like that they need a summon. And so he puts 1 in the chat several times. And I'm like, all right, man, hang on, we're getting there, like, you know, because he's kind of towards like the end of the list on the raid thing, so we're just kind of like going through it. And one of the other people was like, Jesus Christ, they're like, we're working on it, and he just keeps spamming 1, and he goes, for fuck's sake, 1, lazy. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, the irony of being able to get to this instance in like 2 minutes if you just fly, and you're sitting here calling the people who are about to fucking carry you through this entire thing lazy. And so I kicked him, and everybody was cracking up. They're just like, they're like, wow, that dude is a piece of shit. And I'm like, man, I'll tolerate a lot. I was like, I'm not putting up with fucking somebody literally calling everyone there lazy, including me, who's about to carry people through this shit because they won't summon them immediately. I'm like, in the time you've been sitting here spamming 1, you could have literally just flown here. But instead, you're going to be fucking rude to everybody. I'm like, nope, well, you can get a different group, man. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm like, we're not doing that. People like that just blow me away. And if we hadn't been in progress in that one thing, I probably would have booted that other dude too. Because like, that's so fucking rude just to be like, oh, look, I'm going to be an asshole to the people that are trying to help me out for no fucking reason. I'm not looking for like kudos on it. I was like, Jesus, you could at least be like normal and not be like a fucking dickhead about all this. So weird. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody's just gonna start summoning right up. That's the crazy part to me too. And also, if you're at the little Nostwin's Landing area, if you just get on your mount and just fly, because especially if you use the little Drake treat things, like you can burn all of your charges for your stuff and be hauling ass, and then pop one of the Drake treats and get all of it back instantly. And I'm like, why are people not flying here? It takes like 2 fucking seconds. Like, what are you doing? It's so weird. I really am interested, like, once, like, Midnight comes out, and especially, like, with the add-on Apocalypse stuff happening. I think it's gonna be interesting to see, like, how some people react to that. 'Cause I really do think it's gonna be, like, a rude awakening for some folks who are really fussing over, like, weak auras and all that stuff being gone, because I'm just like, I think people are about to realize that they are... I think the first instance of people realizing that they were way worse at the game than they thought they were, and I'm not talking about people who, like, play, like, super casual and, like, don't care about it. I'm talking about people who pretend like they're really good, but in reality they're not. Like, they're worse than like the mid-tier of people. Like, they think they're hot shit because they follow what all the streamers do and all that stuff, but they're really not that as good as they think. I think one of the biggest telling moments of that was probably when they put in the 1-button rotation, which has a 20% global cooldown penalty. So like, even if it did a perfect rotation, it would, on paper, by the numbers, always be like less effective than somebody who's doing it the right way. And even to that extent, it doesn't do, like, perfectly, but it's pretty good. But the people who were getting absolutely stomped by people using the 1-button rotation who thought they were hot shit, and I'm like, man, that's rough. So I think that, like, this next expansion is going to be interesting, especially with all the add-on changes that are happening, and which, it's not as extreme as it seems. It's literally just, I mean, it is to a degree, because it's changing fundamentally kind of how it's worked for years, but they're restricting add-on API access to any combat data. So that means, like, anything combat oriented, if it's occurring during a combat encounter, it's not gonna be able to access it, because they're trying to prevent people from making these add-ons that basically, like, solve raid mechanics for you and all this shit that they've kind of had to work around for years. So that includes, like, DPS meters, which is why they're putting one of their own in the game and all that stuff. So it's gonna be kind of fascinating, I think, to see people who are so fucking bad at the game and they don't even know how bad they are without add-ons to basically just tell them how to play. But they're also making shit simpler, you know, like rotation wise and stuff. But That's not really the problem, I think, sometimes with people. I think sometimes people just can't not stand in the fucking fire. Like, I mean, to this day, it is amazing to me how many people can just, they just get killed by the most, like, simple mechanic that's been in video games for 5,000 years. Just be like, oh, hey, that's a death zone. Let me go stand in that really quick. And then, of course, blame the healer or tank because it's their fault. The classic. The classic. Let me go save really quick. So, people have done a lot of testing with the one-button rotation. Like, an entire guild cleared heroic with the one-button rotation easily. Because while they weren't doing optimal damage, like, you know, they're probably 30% off of that. The amount of cognitive load of just, like, literally hitting one button and just paying attention to mechanics, like, no one died to anything because they were all able to focus on the encounter. They didn't have to worry about doing this perfect rotation thing, and it worked out. They cleared all of heroic with it. You could probably clear fucking mythic with it with the right people. Especially, like, later in the season when shit gets, like, nerfed and stuff. Like, the amount of people that have done... There was a guy that got to, like, a 3K Mythic Plus rating, one-button rotation, just... Because it's enough. If you don't get hit by every fucking mechanic in the game, you probably will be doing better than most people, because, you know... It's just crazy, like... Alright, I forgot. I'd already forgotten about these guys, even though we saw them a little bit earlier. The Boom Boys. I guess for these dudes, you would have to, like, if you wanted to, like, do, like, ice into missiles, you'd have to... Yeah, there's actually a little catch-up thing, Zombie. They just added, it's like a little catch-up story thing that, like, goes through the War Within's, like, main plot stuff that you can play through, which is pretty neat. Apparently it's a little buggy, but apparently they're addressing that. But it's like a quicker, like, story recap that you can get through in about, like, an hour, I think. You can kind of, like, play through the whole thing if you don't feel like doing the entire campaign for it. Which I think the campaign was pretty good. It's a little nothing, but, like, there are really important things that happen, but then some parts of it I'm just like, yeah. Since Expedition 33 swept up almost every award it was nominated for, are you more intrigued? No, I'm actually the same level of interest that I was before, because I know it's a good game. That's not what's keeping me away from it. It was more of the time investment and the fact that we had done a couple longer RPGs, I think, around the time that I was thinking about doing it initially, so... Well, we're gonna get to it. I'm excited to try it at some point. I think it'll be neat. So, we weren't able to do the... I just realized that to proceed here, though, we never did get the bridge thing. So I kind of wonder if we're even able to do this. You ain't getting healed until you're out of the fire. See, that's the funny part about, like, some of the encounter design stuff, especially in WoW, is, like, as the difficulty goes up, there really isn't a stand in the fire anymore, because most of those, like, mechanics, if you get hit by them, you're just dead. Like, people joke that, like, from a healing perspective, and I've healed a good bit in my WoW career, people jokingly say that, like, oh yeah, I guess this was, like, the big explosive thing, so... I wonder if you can, like, freeze, like, patches of... No. Oh, I guess... Oh yeah, I guess the bike is gonna get upgraded to be able to traverse, like, lava or something? I don't know how the hell this is gonna work. But it also says that, like, it needs, like, a bridge component or some shit up here, so... Anyway, what I was saying is, people have joked for the longest time about how... Especially in the Mythic Plus scene with WoW, because it's the 5-man content, that healing is the hardest in the very beginning and, like, midway through keys. As it gets harder and harder and harder, DPS can't just stand in shit. Like, if you're playing a damage dealing class at all and you stand in some mechanic at like a plus 12 or plus 30, you're dead. Like, unless you pop like an immunity or something, you're just fucking dead. Like, freezing lava into platforms was a thing in Prime 1, so I guess that means this version's inferior. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose that's what that means. But people joke that like healing gets easier the higher the key goes, because there's a point where like as a healer you start basically your task at that point is the non-preventable damage. So like these big like waves of like AoE damage that go out that you have to respond to really quickly, like, but those are a little bit more like patterned. So, you know, but like there is no more, oh, the damage dealers are being idiots and standing and shit, because they're just dead. Like, that's it. They're just dead. Like, then they can't blame anybody other than themselves, because it'll be like, healer, why? It's like, I don't know, man. Why'd you stand in the thing that literally hit you for 4 times your health? You should probably not be in that. Maybe, yeah, maybe you would have been fine if that were the case. Okay, so we came back here, but we didn't get anything for it. I'm gonna assume that what we actually should do is, that's cool that we could freeze the thing, but I think until we get some kind of high-impact super missile or whatever, I suppose what we need to do now is just go back and maybe to the Volt place, because like maybe we can get like an upgrade to the bike to let us. What I'm guessing is they're gonna let the bike either like freeze the terrain, or it's gonna like turn into like a hovercraft or some shit to get over whatever. I don't know what they're gonna do yet, but I'm gonna assume that the bike has something to do with this, because I don't think we're just gonna get yeehaw whatever the entire time. So it's pocket bike, yeah. Oh, that is convenient, Sib. I'm glad you liked it though. I need to get back to like trying it at some point, because I know I'll probably enjoy it at least a little bit more than I did at launch, just because, you know, either performance patches or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm real interested in, especially after like the housing launch and everything like that, which I think has gone pretty well. I'm real interested in what they're gonna do with Midnight, and from everything I played on the beta, I enjoy it a lot. So I'm looking forward to seeing kind of how the story stuff pans out. Because there's another mech part over there, but I remember at the beginning, what's his butt was talking about doing like the mech things or whatever, but I don't really remember what the deal with that was. I'm gonna go back to the Volt Forge, because I feel like we either need to try to find the electric beam thing, which I guess... Not window time, what are you doing?
At the flare pool facility, you'll need to find some way to cross the lava lake. I believe upgrading the Viola suit allows you to unlock additional functions of the Viola.
Literally what we were about to do. Okay.
Try visiting Volt Forge.
It is kind of crazy, right? Because you're going and like, you're like, okay, I guess we need to do X, Y, or Z. And then I definitely thought that was stick drift for a second, but that was the game marking that. Oh, that's nice, Wiggy. Yeah, I think the only thing that's like really annoying, and like this drives me crazy, is like the weird. We were talking about console wars the other day, and since 14's kind of having like a bit of a lull right now from the looks of it, I know that the modding community was upset that they like banned a couple mods and things like that, and I know that like the expansion in general, the last one, I know folks weren't super thrilled with overall, because like I don't think some people understand that like 14's story is good. It takes a long time to get through, but it is good. It's definitely one of the better components to it. And you know, I think that like people don't get that they can't just keep riding with what they were doing before. Like they're gonna have to kind of do some type of reset and start building like new plot lines and stuff. And I think people just have like no patience for shit. And it drives me crazy. People are like, oh my god, WoW kill 14 because housing, and I'm like, yep, wow. I'm like, WoW's housing is really fucking good. I'm like, it's probably some of the best I've seen from an MMO, but like, why is it always like, why are we still like doing fucking 2 worlds over here, the Oblivion Killer? Like, why are we still doing this? Like, who fucking cares? Like, both of these things can exist and they can both be good. Like, Just because one game's on like a, you know, a bit of a downswing with some stuff doesn't mean that it's not gonna bounce back at some point, or, you know, whatever. Like, people just get so fucking weird about everything. Wasn't Cataclysm the last expansion? Why is it called that? Well, the Cataclysm specifically was just in reference to basically Deathwing coming back and being like, I'm gonna fuck this bitch up. And he did. He sure did. He sure did. Cataclysm was interesting. It was it's a cool expansion, but there's parts of it that are big poop. Also got people who jumped in during Shadowbringers. Oh, the big like surge, and then had near infinite game to catch up on, and across Endwalker into Dawn Trail, caught up. Now mad the game takes longer to make them play. Yep, that makes sense. I remember jokingly talking about that a long time ago, that I was like, because that was when WoW was having its like big, you know, Shadowlands craziness, and all the assholes who were there and fucking shit up and whatever. Like, you know, that was a really shitty time for the game too, because like Shadowlands itself, like the content was good. It was just like the story was kind of. This is like a thing? Oh yeah, I guess so. Oh good, it had friends in it. But you know, like I remember like that at that point. Oh my god, dude, the amount of people, and this is like mind-boggling to me. But there's one person in particular who I remember made like the most dramatic "I'm quitting WoW forever" video. This was around the time of like Shadowlands or whatever. And I distinctly remember the video because I remember watching some of their stuff. And it was so fucking dramatic. And it was like hours long. And I have laughed every time because they've apparently gotten back into WoW recently, which is totally fine. If things get better, you should, you know, try it again or whatever. But but there's a difference between somebody stopping a game and then coming back because things got better, and somebody who made this big dramatic "I'm quitting" thing, right? Penny, you know, you don't have to. So that was one of those moments of horror. I knew Finn was in here, and neither of these cats has ever peed anywhere that they shouldn't or anything like that. They've always used the litter box. So the tree has like water in it, right? And it's up on this table, and I hear what could only be described as like a urinating sound on the floor. Finn had gotten up there, and he was lightly putting pressure on the backside of where the little tree stand is, enough to where it was slowly pouring water out on the floor. So it's and I didn't see him because he was behind the tree, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I thought that like E was peeing or something, and I'm like, what are we doing? And he ran off. I looked down, I was like, no, he was putting his paw and pressure on the backside of the little thing, so it like tilted down, and then he was... I'm just glad it was just water. That was the most cat bullshit ever. Well, at least he wasn't peeing on the floor, because that's what I thought it was at first. I was like, okay, great. I don't remember what I was yapping about. Right, so I remember there was this dude that was like, he basically made this there were several people that did this. Just the biggest, most dramatic, I'm going to Final Fantasy XIV, greatest game ever. And I'm looking at this and I'm just like, having played 14 and WoW for an extended period of time, especially WoW, then playing like, you know, 14 off and on since like Heaven's Ward, I was like, these people are going to absolutely hate the end game cycle of 14. With the way that they consume shit with WoW, I was like, they're gonna fucking hate it. And sure enough, once the story stuff dried up, because of course, like Sid was saying, it takes longer to make than it does to consume it. There is this one person, and I'm not saying who it is, because I don't want to just disparage, but I crack up every fucking time I see one of their videos. Because I have WoW stuff in my recommended, even if I said, like, I'm not interested or whatever, like, it's still going to show them to me eventually. This same fucking person comments on their videos every time they upload something WoW related, which is more frequent nowadays, because, you know, it's big hype land, whatever. And they just say, thought you quit. And I die every fucking time I see it. Because I guess enough people are like upvoting whatever it's like. There's one person every fucking video after their big dramatic multi-hour I'm never playing WoW again. Just thought you quit. And every time I see fucking thought you quit, I'm just like, God. I'm like, the internet truly never forgets. I just love thought you quit. Because again, there is nothing wrong with being like, game's in a shit state, I'm not playing it right now, I'll come back later and try it. There's nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, that's what you should do. Like, if you're unhappy with it, you should unsub, you should stop playing. You should, you know, if you play Fortnite, or if you play 14, or WoW, or, you know, Call of Duty, whatever the fuck you're playing, Apex, so whatever, if it sucks and you want to just stop, you know, and you can leave feedback or whatever, like, and if it gets better, come back. But like, you know, there's a whole different thing when it turns into content creator land, and it's like, I'm gonna make the most pee my pants dramatic bullshit ever. That game dead, never again shall I grace upon this world. Farewell, game I loved. Back like fucking a year later, be like, I love game. House make good feel. PP hard. I'm like, okay. It's like, okay. Thought you quit. So, fucking thought you quit lives in my head, and I die every time I think about it. Just fucking thought you quit. Which is totally fair, man. You gonna make a fucking crazy ass video like that? Like, somebody's gonna call you out. I guarantee it. Thought you fucking quit. What did he say? Oh, hang on. I meant to read what Zombie was saying. That was when the tree started peeing. You know, that's an interesting thing, Zombie, because like homogenization is like a huge problem with like MMO design. I know WoW's been through it over the years, but like, it's one of those things that I think it's like tough, because especially when you're balancing things around like I don't know how the fuck WoW keeps their shit as tightly tuned as they do, relatively speaking, because like classes are never like more than a couple percentage points away from each other. And considering that like every class has like three specs, 4 specs, whatever it is, like the fact that they managed to keep all those together is kind of nuts. But 14's is interesting because like that was actually something that I felt like they did a pretty good job. And granted, the last time I played was the early part of Endwalkers. I don't know where they're at right now, but as far as like all the damage dealing classes, they all played like different enough. You know, Dragoon was definitely different than like Black Mage, and Red Mage was definitely different and stuff like that. So they now the tanks had already started to get like really homogenized at that point. So because they all are kind of rolling in on the same feel, basically. They all had like their own unique flavor, but they were definitely kind of getting to that point where they were starting to feel very like samey. And that's tricky because like when you've got it configured in such a way that, you know, if an encounter is going to be like, oh, this tank doesn't have a true invulnerability, we're not going to bring them because like we need that to cheese this encounter, or like whatever, right? Like if you don't have like a true invuln or something like that, and they don't take you because of that, and so naturally they're going to want to figure that out because then like the participation rate's going to be like lower for X, Y, or Z class, or you know whatever it is. So like that gets tricky for sure. So it's kind of been a problem that like WoW's had where like Blood Death Knights, since they're all about like self-healing, they've always been tricky to balance because they either can basically self-sustain like constantly, or their self-healing's not good enough and then their entire shtick is like kind of fucked up, and then they end up in the situation where like the higher like the key levels go or the content goes, Blood Death Knights, they hit a point where they're like immortal, they can just always heal up everything. But there's a point where, you know, if they are just getting one shot by stuff, then they can't heal that back up naturally. So there ends up like this weird balance situation where they have to like figure out, you know, because traditionally they all kind of have like archetypes. Like Vengeance Demon Hunter is very like mobile, and then it also has like some self-healing aspects that like Blood Death Knight has, but not quite as much. Guardian Druid's kind of like this like kind of a version of like Prot Warrior, very very durable, has a lot of like high health values and stuff like that, and you know, the shape-shifting and a little bit of self-healing and stuff. And then Prot Warriors got lesser self-healing in general, but they're extremely durable and take a long time to, you know, whittle down. But you know, they've all kind of got like their shtick that they have, and you know, Prot Paladin's got a lot of like off-healing and saves basically and stuff like that. I'm assuming I'm going the right way to like get the juiced up bike, because I couldn't do this. Who is just fucking my ass up? My god. Oh, it's one of those dudes. Does that mean I'm going to be able to rip his shield off? Oh, it's not one of the shield guys. Never mind. God, dude, those turrets are still like the most dangerous fucking thing in here. Hands down. Anyway, back to what I was getting at before. So, like, the, you know, like 14s, like, the tank homogenization was definitely happening when I stopped playing last time, like, pretty bad. Like, things were getting very similar. I remember the irony, and I've talked to Sib about this before, about the Dark Knight changes, and, like, I liked them kind of at first, and then I remember, like, I used to make fun of Dark Arts all the time, and, it's really funny because, like, part of me, after the rework was done to Dark Knight, I was like, I kind of miss the old Dark Knight now. I don't know, there was something like kind of weirdly unique and janky about it that was fun, but I still like the new stuff that they added. It was just I started fondly looking back at like the stupid like Dark Arts spam. I guess we're going the right way based off of the enemies that we're running into here, because I feel like these guys are... Unless these dudes just spawn normally anyway, but... Yeah, it gets really tricky, especially like if you don't start to homogenize tanks. Like WoW doesn't have, like, not every tank has an invulnerability. But every tank does have a cheat death. So a cheat death mechanically basically means like if you... once every, like, you know, 6 minutes or whatever the cooldown is, like, if you take a fatal hit, something will happen. It'll be a proc that basically will, like, keep you alive. So, like, Blood Death Knights have a skill called Purgatory, and Purgatory basically shifts them into, like, it puts a really heavy absorb shield on them, so they either have to death strike back their health or they have to get healed up really quick, or else they just die. So that's like their cheat death. Guardian Druids have like frenzy regen that goes off if they take like fatal damage. Prot Warriors have like I forget what it's called. It's like too angry to die or something. Battle Scarred Veteran, I think is what it's called. So they all kind of, wow, that was a really cool bit. They all kind of have like their own like version of that, but not all of them have invulnerabilities, and that's one of those things that's like kind of probably tricky to work with, because Paladins of course have, you know, divine shields that can invuln stuff. Warriors of course don't. They just have like, you know, Last Stand and Shield Wall and Battle Scarred Veteran and shit like that, but Death Knights don't have an invuln either. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think of who even has them outside of Paladins now. I mean, Guardian Druids effectively have one with Incarnation, but it's not an actual invuln. Like, you'll get killed from one-shot mechanics, so. Always fucking Paladins with their invulnerability. But yeah, it's hard, I think, to figure out, like, how do you balance, like, that kind of situation, because the homogenization obviously works well because it's easier to balance, and you're kind of just changing like the flavor of the class as opposed to, you know, whatever. But then when every tank has an invulnerability, like, it makes, like, it's when things start to feel like less unique, you know, that's kind of a problem. I wonder if we can get the thing up there, because this is the, those are resistant to impact or whatever. We got the dangle arms. Can you get like on top of these or something? I was trying to see if one of them comes up from the bottom, but I don't think it actually does. And the name Cheat Death literally comes from the rogue skill, Cheat Death. Which is just why everybody calls it that, which is really funny. Just the idea of like tanks also having a Cheat Death mechanic. Yeah, as far as tanks go, because I don't think Vengeance Demon Hunter gets Nether Walk. Oh no, I think they do, because it's in the class talent tree. It might be Vengeance Demon Hunter and Rot Paladin might be the only ones with true invulnerabilities. Please stop zapping me. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the area that we've already been to, and I don't know if there's anything like new that we can do here. Oh wait, there's platforms over here, but I don't know if this is like a progress thing or what. Excuse me, can I get in this orifice? Nope, this is like some psychic ball shit, I guess. Oh no, it says once materialized, they can be oh, I see. So this is the first, that's really fun. That's super fun, actually. Oh my god, it is Sonic. Holy shit. I wasn't even paying attention. No, not again. Man, I never thought that, like, Sonic would be the game that I'm bringing up the most, it seems, with Metroid Prime 4. And in a way that I wasn't prepared to bring it. I wasn't prepared to do it in the first place, but, like, in this specific instance. Wow, that dude just hit the deck. That was really sad. Hog, Ride to Hell, Prime 4 is a hell of a game. Yeah, it's all of these things. So I guess this was like a transport between the... Can I get out of this? Oh my god. Had to get away from the shredding ass music. Have they made any like major changes to Dark Knight since like I stopped, or is it mostly still kind of like the same? I mean, because they did get an extensive rework in like Shadowbringers, which makes sense. Yeah, they've kind of had that problem, I think, in WoW over the years, where it's like the weird homogenization of tanks is just kind of, it works out, but at the same time it kind of doesn't, because like it is fun that, like, you know, that Paladins can be like the ones who can just kind of be like, nah, fuck this mechanic, I'm done. But Death Knights can too, to a degree. While they don't have a true invulnerability, they have one of the best shorter cooldown, like, you know, mitigation spells in the game with anti-magic shell, like, because that can just completely prevent debuff application and everything else. So, like, you know, AMS is like insanely good. Always has been. And AMS is a skill that they've had since Warcraft 3. That's always cool to see, like, when an ability's lasted like that long. Now, these are grapple points in here, so we're not doing that. But God, I forgot about they did the big graphic thing too. That's always tough, I feel like, because it's like something that like needs to happen, but like sometimes won't have like the biggest perceivable impact on general day-to-day like gameplay for people. Oh. What? Whoa. What? Uh-oh. Is that like a capture card error, or was that like a... Where were you when... Oh, that's... I think that's a... I don't think that's the Switch. I think that's my capture card. Oh, that's not good. Yep, that is 100% my capture card. That'll probably be fine. That's probably a... I would assume that's probably a driver issue. As a matter of fact, let's go into Event Viewer, and I bet it's like a driver crash or something like that from it, which is weird these days, but... I don't know. That is it actually doesn't show anything there, but what time is it? 1:02. No, that was back a little bit earlier in the night, so that wouldn't be it. No, weirdly enough, there's no weird events that happened or anything like that, so... Huh. Yeah, I think my capture card just like killed itself. I don't know what the hell happened there. That's really weird. It's like still that we've never had that happen. That's really, really strange. I wonder if it shows up here. It might be a ghost. Yeah, I think that's probably that is more realistic than most other things. I wonder if the pass-through is working. Yep, it is. That means it's definitely like a weird driver thing. That means the card itself is still functioning, but there's definitely like some kind of weird pickup thing on. Yeah, that is that's odd. Well, that is going to require a reboot and some other stuff, and I don't know, it might be a little too late to be doing all that. Well, hopefully I can figure out what hopefully I can figure out what the hell that's all about. That's really strange. I guess let me remove it there. Where else is this? Okay, that's old Spooty Foo. Pre-stream. I'm checking to make sure if it's like active anywhere, because like sometimes it won't reset its adapter shit if it's not. I'll try one more thing here. I might be able to get it working if I just... Oh no, because that's gonna 100% kill it if I do it that way. I tried over here. It might be a hook thing with OBS too, where it's like some kind of output error thing, because I've seen that happen a couple times. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, I think it's just there is apparently an update that might resolve that. I know there's one for OBS. This is probably one of those crashes that I think that they mentioned. Well, shoot. Well, I guess I don't even remember what we were yapping about. New deep dungeons got better checkpoints and end boss unlocked. That's basically a key system. Variant dungeon coming up with a reworked difficulty setup. Dungeon fights have had a little more spice to them. That's really good. I'm glad like stuff is happening. It's a shame that people are being so fucking weird about whatever. Yeah, thankfully Switch 2 not kill. It's just maybe my capture card kill. But I don't think it's actually a hardware issue, because if it were a hardware issue, it wouldn't do the pass-through anymore. I would assume that would just be like completely broken. Damn, the tree's peeing. Capture card blew up. I think the true thing is that talking about MMOs will just kill me on stream in Minecraft. In Minecraft. Old Minecrafto. Well, I guess we could, oh, my capture card's internal. It's a 4K 60 Pro, so it's like in the easiest thing I could do if I wanted to reset it like that would be just to kill the driver and then just toggle the hardware state on and off, basically. Which, like, you can kind of do to like a soft degree in OBS, but if you really want to just like reset the card real quick, you'd want to do whatever. Thank you so much, Twitch, for being like, you'd like to collab with these people while you're live? But like, yeah, let me collab in Metroid Prime 4. That seems like a great game to collab in. Speaking of collab, though, Zach's streaming some the Long Dark, the longest of darks. So we could go, we go raid them. We don't get to raid very often, so and it's late, which I always feel bad doing like late night raid because I feel like I'm just gonna be like, here's a bunch of sleepy people. Let me collab with a stranger real quick. Well, thankfully it wasn't. These weren't. The fuck is this? Oh no, not the dual format thing. Oh my god. You know, dual format sucks ass when like even the promotional imagery looks bad. But anyway, yeah, we'll go raid Zach. If you guys want to go hang out over there, they're playing the Long Dark. You'll make sure you go say hey if you're alive, and you know, if you almost a shout out, that was dumb. Well, thank you all for hanging out though. I really do appreciate it. I know I've just been kind of yapping most of the night. Hopefully I should be able to save the game and everything, no problem there, so everything will be alright. We'll probably wrap this up maybe at some point over the weekend if I've got time, or maybe on like Monday. I can't imagine that it would be another like more than like one more stream, because I'd imagine we have like 2 places left to go. So as long as there's not some like weird end game crawl that takes forever, then it should be alright. But y'all make sure you go say hey to Zach. You can say my bits are so bitter or whatever you want to say. But yeah, y'all make sure you go say hey to them, and I'll be back maybe this weekend if I've got some time. And if not, then I will definitely see y'all Monday. So thank y'all for watching. I'll see y'all next time. Have a good one. See you then. Goodbye.